In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Ew, are you hearing that? Is that coming through on you? That's nasty, dude. And it's just this pot. I'm hitting shit. Sorry. I don't know what I've never heard that before. Is that coming through? Are you getting the same crackle I am? Ugh. Oh my God. Well, you know what? We're going to fix it. Give me 1 second. Hopefully, fingers crossed. There we go. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. What happened? What happened? Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Here's the deal. Thank you all of you who sent the well wishes and the kind messages. There were a bunch of them. I appreciate it. You're very, very kind. If you want to talk about anything yesterday related, or anything related to anything going forward, here's what I will tell you. There are shitloads of people who are going to talk about it. Shitloads of people who are going to talk about it endlessly. Like it's all they have in the world. All right? I will not. I will thank everyone who sent me very kind messages. Thank you to Cheetos, who's an absolute G, I think superstar of the day. I have a big Weird Al concert I'm going to with my daughter on Saturday. I'm very excited. You want to watch some meme copium? Meme will talk about it. As far as I go, I told you yesterday I'm burying my past yesterday, and I have. I've buried my past as far as I'm concerned. We're moving on. Again, if you want to talk about it, you are welcome to talk about it anywhere you want. If you send me money to talk about it, it will not get put up on the screen. It will not get read. If you came here to harass me about any of it, you're totally free to do that wherever you want. My guys, just go ahead and get rid of them. We roll with the people who support us. We roll with the people who love the toe. And for me, I got a fucking show to do. Thank you very much. All right, off we go. We have so much to talk about today, and it's our final goal day of the week. We have hit every goal on every show. It would be wonderful to do it again today. 300 is our number. Thank you very, very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Oh, by the way, I had a phenomenal day yesterday. SP came over. We ran Gordy ragged. Gordy's such a good boy. He slept like an angel. I mean, right tied up against my ass, but he slept like an angel. It's got to be a warmth thing with small dogs, it's got to be either it could be a comfort thing, but it's got to be like a warmth thing with tiny dogs that like, because it's uncomfortable. Like I'll wake up in the middle of the night because this is going to get taken out of context. I'll wake up in the middle of the night because there's a chihuahua in my asshole. Like he's right up against my ass, and it's like it's like he forms a C right around where my ass is, and it's gay. I'll say it. I'll be the first to say it. It's gay. I know it's Pride Month, and I know that probably comes off as homophobic to a lot of people, but a chihuahua, I mean, I would say on a regular basis, I'm being big spooned by my dog. And I guess until right now, I've never really processed my feelings on the matter. Number one, gay. And number two, I don't, like, until I get an explanation why, like from a veterinarian or anything else, it's troubling to me. I need to know, why does your dog snuggle your ass? AI will answer it for me. Why does your dog snuggle and sniff your rear end? While it may seem strange or even a bit embarrassing to you, dogs snuggling close to your rear end is a normal and often affectionate behavior rooted in their strong sense of smell. Okay, great. You know, I don't think AI knows that I have an audience. And I don't think AI knows that audience likes to take things like this out of context and likes to use it for constant ridicule. Affectionate behavior rooted in their strong sense of smell. I know my audience well enough. I know my fans well enough to know they're going to take that and they're going to turn that into, haha, you have a dirty asshole and your dog likes the strong smell of it. And their social instincts as pack animals. Oh, God, don't. No. No. One of the reasons don't, and you're going to do this, you're going to take this the wrong way. One of the reasons, pheromones. Now, I know people talk about like pheromones in like a sexual sense. This is about, they tell your dog about your age, gender, mood, health status, and even if you've recently had sex or given birth. Oh, I had sex yesterday and my dog snuggled my ass. Oh. So, like, wait a minute. Is my dog snuggling my ass? Is that like a high five? Is that so if I go to bed and Gordy this is a good way for SP to ever find out if I'm cheating on her. If she wakes up in the middle of the night and Gordy is tight snuggling my ass, she can go, hey, what the fuck have you been doing? I swear to God. Maybe that's the best way to catch your husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend cheating. If their dog is just right up tight to their ass, they know. They know something happened. So, like, my male dog, like, just really just gets right on there. I got laid yesterday. So there's a chance we can spin this into my dog just loves me a whole big bunch and is really proud of me. That could be it. Identification and recognition. Just like dogs use their noses to identify each other, sniffing your rear end helps them recognize you and confirm your identity. I mean, I could show him my driver's license, or he could stick his nose up my asshole. My dog, now let me be very clear. I don't want to be gross. My dog doesn't sniff my asshole. My dog, he cuddles my asshole. It's way different. It's a way different thing. Fauci's Pangolin, thank you for gifting a membership to I fuck this up all the time. Trigida. 191 Redbird with $5 says, stop letting SP peg you with peanut butter for lube. Oh. So that would be helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Then we have, oh, gross. Okay, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. If your dog is eating peanut butter, SP is cheating. That's not, no. Wait a minute. No, guys, God damn it, no. Jonesy says, Aaron, this is very gay content. Johnny dies and you don't care. Johnny's not dead. Johnny is alive and well. He's just, again, I'm going to explain this for the last time. Johnny is just not doing the show today. Johnny does not do shows on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. He's not dead. He will be back on Monday. This is about the 5,000th time you guys have made a Johnny is dead statement. And then I have a question. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. You keep doing this every week. Johnny's dead, Johnny's dead, Johnny's dead. When he comes back on Monday, what do you I'm interested. What do you tell yourselves? Like, what is it you tell yourselves to make yourself go, you know what? I'm going to feel really confident making this same prediction tomorrow. I need to know, because I don't like MSO, Scott Jonesy, they regularly declare him dead. And then he shows up and I hear nothing from them. Honky with $2 says, Gordy on a salad tossing diet? Healthy. He's not tossing. My dog is not. I just want to say this so you understand how crazy of an allegation that is. My dog is not licking my asshole. Dill Pickle with $1.99 says, R.I.P. Johnny. I'm going to miss him. Again, when he comes back on Monday or Tuesday, what are we going to say? MSO says, clone. Hobo says Johnny thought there would be a vacancy spot left open for the morning slot. The son of a bitch was trying to maneuver on me. This is like the end of a season of a show where, you know, someone's been putting together this master plot the entire season. And then at the end, the guy who he thought was going to be dead and like buried and finished, like shows up at the end of the season and goes, I've been here the whole time. Deutsch Chad said, we always say he was brought back by Jesus. Johnny is Bird Collector says, right, Aaron, Johnny's alive with all of us in our hearts. That's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying at all. Butt Cheese says, in lieu of flowers, Johnny's family requests all donations be made to Steel Toe Media Incorporated. Oh, and you know, the best way to donate, if you really do believe Johnny is dead, his family has requested all donations be made to Steel Toe Media Incorporated. The best way to contribute is PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. If you really do think he's dead, be generous. By God, that man's got a family. Johnny is Delta Force and deployed in Eritrea. Eritrea is a good pull. Nice work, sir. Damn, I missed Johnny already. He's not dead. He's fine. Victor Vic says, just got here. Did Johnny die? No. Everyone's going to say Johnny's dead. But when he comes back on Monday, apparently MSO claims that we've just been cranking out different Johnny clones. Wait a minute. So does that mean that you're telling me that you think that I make a Johnny clone every week and then it dies? Like even the clones of Johnny don't make it? Why wouldn't I just make one clone that shows up every week and doesn't die? Jonesy says Johnny genuinely died on stream last night. It's hard for me to trust you. That's all. That's all I'm saying. It's just difficult for me to trust you. Thank you, Pukalos Master, for the $4.99. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. 285 is your number for today. Who inherited Johnny's giant vat of root beer? Him. Because he's not dead. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, unlike Johnny, you made it to today. No, he's not. And I'm not in denial. That's a big deal because Hoagie Fest starts today. Stop by your local Wawa to lock down savings today. The clones are never as good as the original. Yeah, Cheetos, I don't know, but you're a superstar, man. A lot of people saying great shit about Cheetos today. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, it's look. It's I can't be worried about anything that the internet says. It's just onward and upward. L-Train says it's impressive that the boss still sells this and the 230 bit like it's the first time. Bro, you don't think that I'm going to love that 230 bit until the end of time? I'm going to love it until the end of time. And honestly, I'm a little self-conscious because my weight is down today. You know, bubble guts and stress shitting and all. But when you said 230, I thought you were talking about my weight, which it hasn't been that high since like 2015. So I was about to get mad. But I'm fine. McLuck says Johnny was buried in his egg chair. Get that man a sub. Get him a membership over there on Rumble. Johnny, rest in peace. Buried in his egg chair. He doesn't need to be buried in his egg chair. He doesn't need to be buried. He's not dead. Mr. Pete says 240 isn't too bad either. Well, where are we at right now? Let's test him out. We're at 285. We're not far away from 240. And you know the goal is at 240 when we've had too many beans. When we've had too many beans, you know that we've hit 240. K-Fall in the Great, becoming a member for 37 months, says if you stopped putting spray cheese in your asshole, Gordy would stop rooting around in your ass, you sick pig. Okay, here's another thing that I didn't think I needed to address on the show. I don't put spray cheese in my asshole. That's an easy one to deny. Let's go to Twisted question mark. Oh man, Johnny's dead. Budman, Johnny kicked it. Oh shit, he's not. Guys, tune into Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. You know, I don't understand why he doesn't call his channels Johnny K or Johnny Crutches. Like Just Kidding LLC has like nothing to do. I know it's like a company, but like it doesn't have anything to do with his brand. Like if people were able to search like Johnny Crutches or Johnny K Steel Toe or something like that, I feel like it would help his visibility. But then again, that's not always a good thing. So the kid's doing fine. I say go watch his show today. If you don't believe me and you think I'm just running PR, go watch Johnny's show today. He's alive and well. He's doing fine. Fauci's Pangolin says, my phone was cutting out, so why does Johnny sleep by your ass? Okay, you know what? I feel like the more I try to do, the less I'm getting through. Gonna be honest with you. All right, let's start today. We got to start today with some good news. The good news today, the news that I saw yesterday that made me so happy, it's for two reasons. One, Jim Ross, who announced, good old JR, he announced not too long ago that he had cancer. I think it was even asshole cancer. Canada deserve, he's cancer-free. Yeah, it was asshole cancer. So he had colon cancer, and he announced yesterday that he's cancer-free. He's kicked its ass. It's all gone. Congratulations. And of course we want Jim Ross to be healthy because, by God, that man has a family. And the second thing I'm happy about when it comes to the Jim Ross news is that Look at this. I love that Jim Ross in like popular media, like TMZ, has colloquialized "bah God." Like "bah God" has become synonymous with Jim Ross. Like when you like people who, if they don't watch wrestling at all, but you go "bah God," they know what that means. Nobody has like quite the like stranglehold on like a phrase or a statement quite like good old JR. But you go, "By God." Oh, that's Jim Ross. Yeah. Do you know Coco Beware? Yeah, I don't watch wrestling, bro. Oh, okay. But they know Jim Ross and they know "By God," and they know that our boy is cancer free. Congratulations to JR. It's one of those things where you have like, you know how like they check you for cancer, they put you in the, what is it? I'm struggling to think, the CT machine or the MRI machine, whatever it is, they put you in the machine, right? And this is a rumor that I heard that Jim Ross had just got done, and the techs there forgot that they had another person going through for a scan, and they were about to leave for the day, and they start shutting off all the lights, and the only reason that person got to get his scan and go home is because Jim Ross yelled to them, "By God, there's people in there! There's people in there!" And they went, "Oh my God, that's right, there's a guy in the CT machine," and they turned on the lights, and they ran the scan. It turns out that guy's stage 4 and he's terminal, but like at least they found out. Oh, man, we got, I just want to catch up with the chat here because we're going to really be deep diving into some stuff today. Tucker did a great interview with Liz Colin. If you don't know Liz Colin, she has a very interesting story. She's here out of Minnesota. She worked in mainstream media, and basically they would stop her from doing stories because it didn't fit their political bend. They stopped her from covering things a certain way. They would punish her because she was married to the chief of police in Minneapolis. She really got treated like shit, and she really exposed mainstream media bias, especially when it came to the George Floyd thing. She did an interview with Tucker yesterday. It was very good. Somebody sent me a thing with some timestamps on it, ready to go. I should pay him for being a producer. We're going to do that in just a little bit. I do want to catch up with you guys because you have a lot to say on the Johnny thing. And then we'll jump into that and ceasefires. Diddy had some charges dropped yesterday. Hot shit. It's not what you think, though. It's not what you think. HBEP. No, Digger did not snap on Johnny and kill him. Digger did not have Johnny cremated, nor would Digger wouldn't even have the authority to have Johnny cremated. Digger overdosed Johnny on cat piss. Okay, now I will deny that as well. He did not. That's okay. Some of these are gross. Johnny does not huff cat piss. He just doesn't. No, I'm not going to do that with Digger. Jesus Christ. Hulkamasha Baby says, really, not even, it's time. Yeah, okay. I meant like, I don't mean like ring announcers. I mean like a play-by-play guy, you know? Although I think Jim Ross is more famous than Bruce Buffer. Not more famous than Michael Buffer, I'll give you that, but I think he's more famous than Bruce. Mild says, congratulations to JR for normalizing Bell's palsy face before all the TikTok vaccine pushers got it. He really must have thought at first when people's faces started freezing up like that, he must have thought, by God, they're making fun of me. He must have thought they were making a joke out of him. No, Johnny didn't die. He's fine. He's okay. Johnny's good. He's all right. Every time I go back to the chat, it's just a new person going, wait a minute, I'm hearing that Johnny died. I'm starting to feel like me trying to tell people that Johnny didn't die is now causing more people to wonder if Johnny's dead. Like, I'm starting to think that I'm Streisand affecting the Johnny's dead bit. And Hobo says Johnny is, I love this. I love this. I love references that 4 people get. Hobo Chili Recipe says Johnny is the Moises Alou of cat piss. Perfect. I will always welcome a Moises Alou reference on this program. All right, now people are starting to use the N-word and shit. It's time to stop now, Mac. It's time. No, that did not piss on Johnny. I don't know how you got that out of all that. So the Diddy prosecutors yesterday dropped some charges against him. And a lot of people, somebody just texted in, dibs on the egg chair. All right, for future reference, do not ever start a show with the Johnny's dead bit because you never get to run away from it, ever. So some of the prosecutors in the Diddy trial dropped some of his charges. And this was, for a hot minute, people were like, oh my God, Diddy's going to win. He's going to walk. He's going to get off scot-free on this whole deal. What the prosecutors are saying is that they're not dropping these charges because they think they can't prove them or that it signifies a weakness in their case. They're saying that the reason they dropped some of these charges, specifically pulling back on some attempted kidnapping, attempted arson, aiding and abetting sex trafficking charges, it was to streamline the jury instructions. So instead of being like, oh my God, Diddy's going to get away with it, the prosecution thinks their case is shot or whatever, they just wanted the jury to get instructions that they felt would lead to the best outcome for the prosecution. That if they streamline and if they drop some of these charges, it makes the instructions to the jury easier. Thus, they'll get convictions on some of their big charges, like the Mann Act charge. The reality, prosecutors seem to feel they've fallen flat on proving Diddy allegedly kidnapping former employee Capricorn Clark. Sure, it's her Christian name. And Cassie, when she was allegedly held at the London hotel. More surprising, prosecutors are not pursuing the attempted arson claim that Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car in a jealous rage. During the trial, prosecutors never directly linked Diddy to the fire. Both of these charges relate to the racketeering or RICO charge that Diddy faces. So, I mean, it's like that kind of news is always good news for Diddy when you're facing less charges. But prosecutors are not dropping the various sex trafficking charges, only the aiding and abetting parts. Prosecutors do say in their letter they want an instruction that just because women gave prior consent to sexual acts, it does not mean it can never be withdrawn. I don't know. Like, the more you read into this, though, the more it does kind of seem that the prosecution might be lying. You know, because they're saying, no, this doesn't prove that we're not shaky about our case. We just want to streamline the jury instructions. But if you feel like you nailed it on those charges, then wouldn't the instructions to the jury be relatively straightforward? Prosecutors also say jurors should be told just because a woman received compensation does not preclude a finding of forced labor, which relates to sex trafficking. It sounds like the prosecution gets to do all kinds of fuckery in this Diddy case. Like, we have, like, basically trying to lead the jury to water, like trying to put their lips right on the pond just to get them to drink from the well of guilty. It sounds like they get to kind of fuck around and do what they want, and Diddy's just got to sit there and wait. It's kind of fucked up. As for sex trafficking, the jurors want to know whether physical restraint of the alleged victims nor commercial sex acts are required to prove coercion in sex trafficking. Yeah, this kind of sounds... I was worried about something like this happening. I was worried about, like, maybe Diddy made some kind of deal with the Illuminati. Like, maybe Diddy got back in the good graces of his owners and that all this trial was to scare the living shit out of him and be like, you ever crack whip with us again, you're fucking done. I'm starting to look like I was 90-10 that Diddy was going away. This puts me more in like the 60-40 range that Diddy's going away, because it's like we don't have the system that we think we have. We have the Illuminati, we had shadow governments, puppet institutions and organizations and things like that. And when you're playing on this level, a federal Diddy trial, those people are very much watching this and involved in it. And I think when it comes to Diddy, I think they're actively kind of, letting him know, this doesn't have to be over. You don't have to be fucked over. Like we'll welcome you back into our embrace. Because I think the reason Diddy got picked up in the first place was to humiliate him. I think he was talking about naming names. I think he was thinking about talking about freak-offs. And they just called the police and said, raid the fuck out of this guy's house. He's doing X, Y, and Z. And then they found all the videotapes. They found all the baby oil. Diddy was publicly humiliated. He's gone through this trial where all of his worst moments have been relived. But now the prosecution is already like, all right, we're going to walk back some of these charges. Can we basically lay out a path to guilty for the jury and almost make up their mind for them before they even get a chance to come up with a verdict of their own? Like, it seems like they're shaky a little bit. So is Diddy going to get away with everything? I don't know. Is Diddy going to go to, like, I'm less and less convinced that he's going to do any time in jail because of this. Twisted Question Mark says he's going to go free. Diddy's going to be the next president of Iran. I mean, at this point, I would say that Diddy could probably pass for mayor of New York, right? I mean, like Diddy, with the way they're picking mayors of New York right now, Diddy's almost a shoo-in. Oh my God, dude, I'm kind of getting like a post. Like, it kind of takes me back like 25 years. I'm getting like a September 12th vibe from New York City again, because you got the media. They're going like, you got some people in the media going, oh man, well, it's good. There's going to be Sharia law in New York City, and this Muslim communist is going to turn us into, the Hamas, and they're going to turn us into Hezbollah, and this, they're going to have women wearing burqas. And I'm just like, oh shit, you know what? I got to be honest. I haven't felt this vibe from New York City in a long time. I got to be honest. Like, New York is kind of back. They've got their feistiness back about them. Mindall says the little bit of this case I followed makes it seem like at most he will get out with time served. Right. I kind of feel like this whole Diddy thing is shaping up towards, we warned you, boy, get back in line. This was to scare the shit out of you. Now obey. That's kind of how the Diddy thing is vibing to me. All right, let's go to Aaron. Thank you for the 40 THB. I believe that's some kind of drug that people use in nefarious plots to sleep with women. Professor Tie-Dye with $5. Shit. Overall, yesterday, you had a nice day. You got some. Your pup cuddled by your sex ouch area. I don't have sex in my ass. A man of your size was able to sleep at home where your CPAP is, and you got my fan mail. I don't use a CPAP machine. Thank you very much. I'm like 10 pounds overweight. I don't need a CPAP machine, for God's sake. $5 from Michael said, did Boss Man come off the top rope or attack the midsection with the nightstick? Nobody is attacking my midsection. I have heterosexual sex like the rest of you. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. 275 away from today. Thank you very much for your generosity. Hey, keep it going, guys. Thank you for your support. Again, 275 is our number for today. We knock out today's goal. It's a perfect week for the toe. I really do appreciate it. Very nice of you to be so supportive of this program. Moving on from the Diddy thing, again, just that article, the stuff I've been reading, I think I'm going to go with, who was it in the chat? Who was it who said time served? God damn. Mindall. That's all. Mindall said that he probably will get off with time served. I think he might. PPP is obese says if Diddy goes free, that would be crazy. He's been locked away this entire time, so he would get credit for the time served. And it doesn't, like, with them dropping charges, I don't buy the streamline shit. Like, when's the last time you heard people say, oh, yeah, when we went into this trial, we felt these charges were really strong. But as we go into, as we give it to the jury, like, we thought we could explain this to the jury at the beginning of this. Now we think we need the jury instruction streamlined. But don't worry, we still think our case is really strong. It seems like they're getting a vibe that the jury ain't buying it. And that's a problem. And now it's got me thinking from Diddy being a shoo-in to maybe he's going to walk. Guys, I can't figure it out. Do we have a ceasefire? Is the war over? Are we done? Now, I don't mean like cosmically are we done. I know that Israel and Iran will be at each other's throats and the United States will be the loyal little lapdog. I feel like what Benjamin Netanyahu's doing, first of all, he's dog walking our president. And I voted for Donald Trump. I support Donald Trump, but he's being dog walked by Benjamin Netanyahu right now. Like, Netanyahu is manipulating the shit out of him and kind of he's winning in this whole deal. But I think Netanyahu is doing this thing where he walks our support for him right up to the brink and then backs it off. And then when he needs us next time, enough time passes, everybody's jets have cooled. We're good. We'll help you out again. So it sounds like ever since, the 48 hours since they don't know what the fuck they're doing, it seems like maybe this thing has been figured out. That maybe we can get our ceasefire going now and this 12 or 13-day war is over. I was very excited to see if Donald Trump would kind of expand on don't know what the fuck they're doing. He's mad at Israel. He's mad at Netanyahu. But based on what I heard him saying about Netanyahu yesterday, it sounds like everybody's kissed and made up. I feel like Netanyahu's one of those guys who makes you think that you're the big man in charge while getting you to do things for him. And I do. I think our president's being dog walked. You can say whatever you want about Israel. You can say whatever you want about the Likud party. You can say whatever you want about Benjamin Netanyahu. He's not stupid. You don't stay in power as long as he has because you're a dumb guy. Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei claimed victory over Israel on Thursday. That's the other thing. Like, war has now become like the internet. Everybody's winning. Nobody's losing. Everybody's winning. It's another win for the toe for everybody. Khamenei is saying he beat Israel. Israel's saying that they annihilated Iran. The U.S. is saying we fucked up their nuclear program so bad. It's crazy because we're saying we fucked up their nuclear program when not long ago Tulsi Gabbard was telling us they didn't even have one. So that's how good a United States B-2 bomber strike is. We'll destroy programs you don't even have. Following a massive attack, American attack June 22nd that hit the nuclear sites with bunker buster bombs, U.S. President Donald Trump was able to help negotiate a ceasefire. Then you have, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Then I guess the ceasefire's good. So the big first public comments that Ali Khamenei made, he posted on X and said, "Congratulations on the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, the supreme leader has spoken." Oh, man, he finally broke his silence. Oh, really? What did he say? He said, we're good. We won. Oh, so like no big like address to the nation. No, he just tweeted. Khomeini's like Trump. He just tweets most of his shit out there. Nicholas, my golfing buddy with $10. Thank you, pal. Appreciate that. Novocaine, thank you for the $1. 265 away from today. Ooh, we're only like 15, 25 bucks away from the real fun parts of the goal. We're in the 240, 230 neighborhood. 265 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Keep going. Harada becoming a steel toe bro. Thank you very much. That's going to put us at 260. Thank you for your membership, Harada. I appreciate it. If you like talking about the news, but you're utterly retarded and don't really understand it, we're the show. We're the news and the comedy talk show for the people too retarded. You know, if you're one of these people who watches like news stuff and after about 20 seconds of someone explaining it, you go, and you just kind of stare at them blankly so they don't know that you completely fucking lost the plot. Watch us. We'll take care of you. 260. How can we make that a corny joke? 260. 260. 260. We'll figure it out. Mike Erb says 260 could be too sexy. Oh, nice, Mike. Attaboy. Mindall says the Iranian supreme leader is on that good shit. Oh, yeah. The Ayatollah of Iran is like, I consider this an absolute win. Oh, fuck. I think we beat those Jews back this time. Professor Tie-Dye says 260 is Aaron's weight. Let's fucking go. Not my weight. I've never been close to 260. I've never crossed 240. Thank you very much. Yes. All right, guys. Our goal today is 260. There we go. I think that works. Today's goal is 260. Let's knock out 260. That's the goal when you guys just want to fuck me. All right, let's continue on. Again, thank you, Harada, for becoming a member. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Who's the cutest boy in the world? You're the cutest boy in the world. I always liked it. We're about to get into like some real long form shit in a second here with this. We got about 4 timestamps for the Tucker Carlson Liz Collins interview, which was, I thought, really fascinating. But before we get to that, oh no. Wait a minute. Why is Stevie Lou doing out of context steel toe clips now? Chad Buzamak. By the way, I got a really nice message from Buzamak yesterday too. I appreciate it. Chad Buzamak better file like a gimmick infringement thing with Stevie Lou, because I don't think that Stevie Lou is allowed to be clipping out of context steel toe. Wait a minute. Maybe if Stevie Lou calls his out of context, it'll work, because remember, Chad Buzamak says his aren't out of context, that they're 100% taken straight off the show sequentially. So maybe this is a loophole for Stevie Lou. Let's see. Hey, guys, the kid wants to throw his hat in the ring of steel toe clipping. Let's see how he does. My male dog, just gets right on there. I got laid yesterday. Oh, shit. No. Come on, man. It doesn't sound like that when it's forming in my head. That 100% makes it sound like my dog fucked me. My male dog, just gets right on there. I got laid yesterday. That is, I have to retweet that. That's too good. This is remarkably unfortunate phrasing. There we go. That's what I needed more than anything. I needed another guy clipping shit I say out of context. I need another guy going, just scavenging through steel toe clips, finding ways. God damn it. Mindall says Pete Hegseth is live in 20 minutes if you want to watch it live. No, I don't have to watch Pete Hegseth live. I'm on this group chat with him, and he just sends me the text messages of what's going on. Chips and Diff says, another win for the Lou. Indeed. Stevie Lou got me on that one, boy. All right, let's get into this Liz Collins thing. You guys have been great so far this morning. Thank you very much. About too sexy. We are too sexy away from today's goal. It's our last goal of the week. Tomorrow's rumble rink. Happy to be here. Tomorrow is Rumble Link Friday. Join us for that. So let's jump into this Liz Colin interview. If you don't know who she is, you should get to know who she is. She's a reporter here in Minnesota. She's like the last beacon of sanity that we've got left in this state. I mean, she's a great journalist. She's a great reporter. And I can't remember if she worked for KARE 11 or Fox 9. I think it was Fox 9. And they basically blackballed her because she wanted to report honestly on the George Floyd stuff. She wanted to report honestly on the Chauvin stuff and on the riots. And we know the political bias. It's weird that their name is Fox, so people think right, but they're one of the biggest lib fucking rags in all of Minnesota. And they cut this Liz Colin loose. A, because she was married to the police chief. But B, because she was telling the fucking truth to people about, what was going on. She wasn't giving it the spin. She wasn't giving it the flavor. She was giving you the straight dope, and the media hate. This is how you know we're in trouble as a society, as a culture. Our media hates it when you tell the people how it is. When you don't tell them what to think. You don't shape it in a way that forms their opinion. You literally just tell them the facts of what's going on, which is supposed to be what journalism is. You're not in the opinion-making business. You're in the news reporting business. Well, Liz Collins still very much takes that seriously. And unfortunately, the mainstream media does not. One thing I respect about the new media, whether it's the Pod Save America guys or whether it's any conservative podcast or news thing, they tell you right up front, we're biased. We're trying to convince you that our part of this is right. And I respect that. Then I can either watch you or not watch you. But before we get into this, I do want to shout out a show that SP showed me yesterday. Oh my God, is this show fantastic. I don't know if you're a John Hamm guy or a John Hamm girl or a Amanda Peet or Olivia Munn, or you know who else is in this show? Roger Dorn. You're not going to recognize him. Corbin Burnson from Major League. All of them in this show. All of them awesome. And I can tell I'm getting older. And as you get older, what's attractive to you changes, because all the people that were hot when I was a kid, I still see them as fucking smoking hot now. Like Amanda Peet, who's got to be pushing 60. I think, how old is Amanda Peet? Okay, she's 53. I see her on this show. I'm like, if given the opportunity and permission, I would fuck Amanda Peet. Like, she's still gorgeous. Olivia Munn. Holy shit. Olivia Munn is hot, and she's easily into her 40s. And it's just like, I know some of it is like celebrities have the resources to keep themselves younger and attractive longer, but also I think part of it is I grew up with these people. I'm getting a little older. What I find attractive changes. Like people in their 20s, I can't, like they look like kids. Like they look like they're not fully grown up anymore. Budman says Amanda Pete can get it. Aaron is a giant ham guy. Thank you. Amanda Pete was never that hot. Wow. Pray by 12 with 199 says based toe news we love. Well, that's what we do here, my friend. So there's this new show on Apple TV, and the first episode is free on Amazon Prime Video. This is actually kind of a cool marketing thing they're doing. The first episode of this show, Friends and Neighbors, is on Amazon Prime Video. The rest of it is on Apple TV. And the way I plan to scam this whole thing is Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, LOL, your ex-wife literally just turned 30, respectively. Right. Maybe that had something to do with my changed opinion. This show, Friends and Neighbors, is on Apple TV. So the scam I'm running is I took the 7-day free trial. I'm going to get through all these episodes in the next week of season 1, and then we're going to shut down the free trial. Because there's nothing really on, unless you guys tell me that Apple TV is the tits and it's worth the $7.99 a month. I've already watched every episode of The Morning Show. I've got this show with John Hamm now. By the way, Apple TV is fucking leaning on John Hamm, boy. Morning Show, they dropped him in a season. They gave him his own show. He was sniffing around. He was doing Landman last year. He was in that season of Landman. I won't tell you what happens with him in that show, but now he's got his own show. And, dude, he's still, John Hamm fucking kills it. He's awesome in everything he does. And this show, Friends and Neighbors, it's just about a guy who's like a hedge fund dude, loses his job. He's gotten divorced. His finances are dwindling. And he decides to start robbing his rich friends. He just decides to start. He knows when they're going on vacation. He breaks into their houses, steals really expensive watches, fences them at a pawn shop, and he just stacks on stacks. And it's called Friends and Neighbors. It's really good. He's fucking Olivia Munn. It's check it out. Just go if you got Amazon Prime Video. The first episode is free. Check it out. For Friends and Neighbors is what it's called. It's really, really good. Zen Man with $1 says Olivia Munn is decent, but if we are looking at G4 Attack of the Show time frame, no one was hotter than Sarah Jean Underwood. Really? I don't remember Sarah Jean Underwood. I was always an Olivia Munn guy. Yeah, no, I disagree with you, buddy. Maybe it's a brunette thing with me. I don't know. I got to go Olivia Munn. This chick looks mildly downsy. Great tits, but mildly downsy. Look at that. That kind of looks like that Victoria's Secret model. Which, 20 years ago was a supreme compliment. Now you go, oh, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model. And you go, the fat one or the retarded one? Which one are you talking about? Sorry. She's sweet. She used to work. Twisted Question Mark says Sarah is sweet. She used to work at our Hooters before Playboy. Oh, well. McBusted says, I often get mistaken for an owl. I don't know what the fuck that means, buddy. I don't know why I started reading that one. All right, guys, let's get into the Tucker Carlson, Liz Colin thing. Again, Friends and Neighbors, check it out. Totally worth it. You just have to write to me. If you do watch it this weekend, you have to write to me and tell me that I have the greatest eye for great shows. I gave you something wonderful and amazing, and you couldn't have done it without me. That's all I ask. All right, let's do the Tucker Carlson, Liz Colin thing. So there's a couple things I want you to hear from this lady, because a lot of you have never heard of Liz Colin, and she really is great. She was one of the few people during the George Floyd thing that was telling the truth. In fact, she made a documentary for Alpha News, and it's called, what is it, Minneapolis Down, The Fall of Minneapolis? The Fall of Minneapolis is the name of the film. And I've watched most of it. It's on YouTube. I'll post the link here. I've probably watched about an hour of the hour and 42 minutes. There's the link in here. The link is now in the chat. There you go. She made this documentary, The Fall of Minneapolis, about George Floyd's death, the riots. She interviewed doctors and she interviewed people who were kind of silenced by the media. It's pretty wild. It's really, really good. Check it out. It's pretty solid. So she goes on with Tucker, and he wants to talk to her about George Floyd's death, how it changed the media. I want to do the Chauvin trial. Was it rigged? We're going to do that clip. And then is there hope for Minnesota? Those are the 3 clips I want to do from this Tucker Liz Colin interview. Here we go.
But to abandon your longtime employee because the mob demands it is like maybe the lowest thing I can think of.
Yeah, to fill you in on that, because we're kind of catching this clip in the middle of the interview. Her reporting on the George Floyd thing was very accurate. It was very correct. Black Lives Matter wanted her gone, wanted her fired from her job where she was an exquisite employee. She was very good at her job. BLM wanted her fired because she's married to Bob Kroll, who, not the Minnesota police chief, he's the head of the police officers union. He was the head of the union, and they wanted her, they thought that made her biased, so they wanted her fired. And Fox 9, instead of going, she does an amazing job, show me the holes in her reporting, show me where she's factually off, show me where she's ever shown a conflict of interest. And they didn't do that. They just let her go. They let Liz Colin go. They fed her to the mob because the mob demanded it. I know how that feels. It's happened to me in my days. We just feed them to the mob because the mob demands it. Even though she was doing great at her job, she was an awesome reporter, but because of who her husband was and the fact that the mob thought that was terrible, now all of a sudden she's got to go. And they did. They caved to the mob.
You know, it was crazy because I grew up watching that station. I mean, literally, it was the dream job when I finally landed it, when I worked in all these crappy markets, lived in crappy places. But I loved the news because I always felt like I'm just going to do whatever it takes to get back home, to be able to broadcast, my hometown and whatnot, as goofy as that sounds.
Doesn't sound goofy. It sounds great.
But
actually,
and then it happened and just kind of, it's not even before George Floyd, you could see what the media was turning into. And that really bothered me on a moral and ethical level more than anything else.
I can't imagine because you come up doing journalism. Like I've worked in small towns, like in Litchfield. I've filled in for our news director, and you go to city council meetings, you have your laptop, you type up what's going on, you put in facts and figures and numbers and votes, and then you spit those out into an article and you post it up online and you read it on the radio. And then this woman's finding out that the higher you go up the food chain, the more they can't help themselves. They have to tell people how they think. And people who go into news tend to be a little more liberal than conservative. So these people, they can't resist. They're like, oh my God, look at how big our audience is. We could really, and a lot of them think they're doing the right thing. They think, oh my God, we could enlighten these people. Oh my God, that's where woke came from. We could wake people up. We could make them woke on certain issues where we know we're right. So if we help the rest of the population feel that way, then that's good. But when that comes at the risk of changing facts, manipulating stories, telling it the way you want to tell it, instead of giving the public the straight facts and what's going on, which is your mission, is your job, that's when it becomes evil. That's when it becomes manipulative. I don't believe that you have to be nefarious to be evil. You can have some of the most evil people I've ever met come to you with a smile on their face. And that's where the term gaslighting comes from, because in your head, you're smart enough. You go, well, these people, this person's clearly evil. They don't have my best interest at heart. And then, but they're smiling and they're happy and everything else. So you're like, well, then, I must be nuts because they seem fine. You've met people like that all the time. It just happens that way. That's why propaganda in the news and everything else is so effective. It's a good-looking guy in a suit. It's a girl with great tits and a dress next to him, and they're telling you straight bullshit, and they're fucking with your brain. And that's why you always feel like a conspiracy theorist. You're like, no, but this guy funded this guy, and he went to here, and that went to there, and what you're telling me is wrong, and blah, blah, blah. And you're a sweaty, weird, balding 38-year-old dude, so you look insane. Meanwhile, you're right. These people are wrong. The demons are wrong, but they got great tits. The people who are trying to tell you the truth and the truth will set you free, they look creepy, and they're sweating, and they're yelling, and it's unsightly, so you don't buy it. That's why it takes so long for people to come around to people like Alex Jones. Alex Jones is sitting there going, and the demons are running amok, and there's devils in our government, and they're trying to fuck our children and blah, blah. And you're like, well, that's not a pleasant message. That's not something I want to hear. And that guy's screaming at me, and he's clearly on TRT. I'm going to go with the great tits and the good head of hair guy. I mean, they seem way more calm.
Yeah.
Just not so much what we would tell the public anymore, but what we would not. Yeah. How we would craft a story. I talk a lot about this in the book, but there were mandates after George Floyd that half of the people we interviewed had to be non-white or from a protected class. In the wake of
where did those mandates come from?
From what I understand, CBS News.
Oh, she was WCCO. I'm sorry. I thought she was Fox. She was WCCO. So, let's say you have a story. And let's say that story happens to be a story involving pretty much like white people. Like maybe it's a political story and the politicians involved are white. They still have to get a certain amount of people from a protected class to comment and talk about it and give you their thoughts. But what if they don't have anything to say? Well, it doesn't matter. It's more important that we look altruistic and equal than we do our journalistic integrity and we inform people of what's going on. That is wild. That is manipulative.
You could not use the term riots at all in your reporting.
Oh,
actually?
Right. Just the way we would control the language and shape stories.
WCCO?
Correct.
Boy, I can't. When they do go bankrupt, will you text me just so I can celebrate?
That's the tuck. I like that. He knows he's got millions of people watching him. He knows what he's doing when he does shit like that. WC, like saying it real slow, dragging it out so people will know. He's like, WCCO in Minneapolis? Yeah. Wow, they sound like real pieces of shit. Will you text me when they go bankrupt? Fuck them.
We hope.
How about that? You can't use the word riot in your reporting. That clearly has a political bias. And the guy with the nice hair and the girl with the great tits, they would tell you absolutely not. We're just trying to be sensitive to our communities of color. But what we would say is bullshit. There is a thing called a riot. Setting a police precinct on fire is rioting. But if we report it as rioting, people will be against those people and you support their political agenda. So you don't want to say rioting because you don't want to make them look bad because you want the people watching you to think those people are the good guys. And if you report what's actually going on, you don't even have to shit talk the rioters. You don't have to shit talk Black Lives Matter. You just have to report what's going on. You purposely don't fucking do it because it'll go against what you're pushing. And you can, the part that makes us all look crazy is you can scream it in these corrupt fuckers' faces and they will look at you and go, whoa, you sound so angry. I mean, why would we ever do that? We're the news. It's like that scene in Shooter before Bob Lee Swagger shoots the senator and he goes, but I'm a United States senator. And Mark Wahlberg goes, exactly. Like, that's what I feel like when I hear like, but I'm a politician, but I'm a media member. Exactly. I don't believe you. I think you're full of shit. I don't trust you. I think you're manipulating. I don't even think you're just lying to me. I think you're purposely trying to manipulate the way I think because you don't want me thinking for myself. But I'm a journalist. Exactly.
That they go under soon. That's so dishonest.
Yeah, and it hasn't it's actually only gotten worse, I think,
for sure.
A lot of things that have transpired. But again, I feel blessed to be on the other side. Perhaps you can relate.
You're a positive person. It's just, I think it's important to.
Yeah. So that was her take on the way media is now. I also wanted to do this clip of the Chauvin trial. This was really interesting too. She believes that Minneapolis officials rigged the Derek Chauvin trial. Now, any of us who watched that knows that it was predetermined. I mean, that was a kangaroo court. That was as pro wrestling gets. This poor guy's life was on the line, and they fed him to the wolves. They all but said that they were worried they would get attacked and set on fire, and there would be all kinds of issues and all kinds of problems if they didn't get a guilty verdict on this guy. This guy was sold down the river from fucking Jump Street. Should Derek Chauvin have been convicted? Not of murder. No. George Floyd was high as a fucking kite. We have the body cam video. We've seen they're trying to put him in the car. He's squirrely as fuck. His heart's clearly racing 100 miles an hour. He even says, I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. They get him on the ground. He's screaming his fucking head off. He won't shut the fuck up. He's a giant of a man. As soon as they try to pick him up and put him in the car, he started, no, I don't want to, no, Mom, no. He was yelling, I can't breathe, while he was in the back seat of the fucking car. He was having a fucking cardiac episode, and he was going to die. And Derek Chauvin got a murder rap pinned on him. Did he deserve to go to jail for some sort of police brutality? I mean, maybe. I'm not even willing to go that far. But we sacrificed him to the gods of political correctness because, God forbid, a Starbucks burns down. Because people can't accept the truth of what happened. So this is Liz Colin's take on it. And, of course, she was closer to it than any of us.
No.
So why is Derek Chauvin still in jail? Why did Officer King go to jail? Is there anyone else in jail for this still?
Thomas Lane was really...
I think they all went to jail. One or two of them got out, but they all went to jail for this.
Also, and Tutau is still in prison. Tutau was given an extra year on his sentence because...
Tutau, but I'm only 5'6". Come on, that's worth a couple of bucks. Come on, that one's worth a couple of bucks. Tutau. Sorry. Watch Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV.
The judge in this case, Judge Peter Cahill, did not like how he was reciting Bible verses during his sentencing and gave him an extra year.
Dude, I'm sorry to break this to you. I'm sorry to tell you, you live in a fascist country. Your freedoms exist in your head. Everything you were taught is a fucking lie. It's not real. A guy cited Bible verses, his faith, in a sentencing. The judge didn't like it and gave him an extra year. No man should have the authority to do that. That shouldn't be allowed. And the fact that it is, I mean, it's over, boys and girls. Like the America you were told you live in isn't real. We're living the movie They Live. The movie They Live is a documentary at this part. We've been usurped by demons 1,000%.
But the real threat is Iran. What?
I love that Tucker's fucking had it with all the Israel-Iran bullshit, and he's gonna sneak it in there wherever. Yeah, you should be way more. The problem is you've been made to feel guilty about feeling bad for Derek Chauvin. You've been made to feel that it makes you a racist. It doesn't. You should feel bad for Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin did not get due process. Derek Chauvin did not get a fair trial. Derek Chauvin did not get any of what we're told you get in the American system. He was guilty from the day he walked into that courtroom. His rights were clearly violated, and nobody will ever stick up for him. he will rot in jail. Because the system we were taught that exists doesn't. We have been usurped by fascist demons. And that's what happened to Derek Chauvin.
Wow, that's so offensive. It's hard. You still live there.
I do. Yeah.
So
by the way, Minnesota's going to be one of the next states. Like, you hear about California and New York now. You hear about California and New York where people are going to Florida and going to Texas. We're not far behind. We had Republican leadership in this country from like 1990. And then Ventura was kind of more Republican than Democrat when he was governor. Then you had 8 years of Tim Pawlenty. So you had about 20 to 25 years of Republican rule in Minnesota. And then ever since then, like 06 on, I think, or 04 on, whatever it was, you had Mark Dayton and Tim Walz. It's dying, dude. It's rotting. It's finished. I mean, look at all this. I mean, you look at the Chauvin thing. You look what happened to him getting burned at the altar of political correctness and racial activism, a la the Wicker Man. And then you look at what's going on with Feeding Our Future, Feeding Our Families program. You look at the welfare fraud that's going on in Minnesota that's borderline encouraged by Democratic politicians. Minnesota is probably next. Because we're cold as fuck, too. And that ain't helpful. People are going to start going to Florida and Texas. I'll be honest, if I didn't have children, my ass would probably be in Florida. Or I love Texas, too, or Tennessee. My ass would be gone, honestly. Because this state it's a fascist state. I know people don't look at they look at fascism and they think right wing. It's fascism is just authoritarianism over your own personal freedom. And I think Minnesota is lost because I think it's only going to take another election, but Minnesota ain't going right anytime soon. It's trending in the wrong direction. And I think Trump was kind of the last gasp of republicanism in Minnesota, and each election he missed it by like a point. So yeah, if I didn't have children, and if I could go back in time with my first wife before we had children, I would probably move.
How did if there's no evidence that he murdered George Floyd, why was I at Fox scolded for saying that he didn't murder George Floyd, which I was, by the way. I said George Floyd seemed like he died of a drug OD.
Mm-hmm.
He did. He 1,000%, sue me, I don't fucking care. George Floyd died of a drug overdose. George Floyd was a fucking junkie, career criminal bum. And he was high, he was geeked out of his fucking mind. He tried to swallow his drugs before the cops could get him. And he died. Derek Chauvin did not kill George Floyd. Derek Chauvin is in jail for a crime he did not fucking commit because he was hung out to dry by Nazis. Nazis hung Derek Chauvin out to dry. It was a legal lynching of Derek Chauvin.
Because that's what the autopsy seemed to say.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that not widely known? Why does nobody... Even now, 5 years later, people have to be like, oh, he was killed by a white... And all these, try not to use the F word, but all these Republican office holders are like, no, he was murdered by a... You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
A white cop.
Yeah, I hear it
That's
still.
not true.
Yeah.
F word. Was Tucker Carlson going to call Republicans fags? Like, what's the...
It isn't. And there's a reason race never even came up in Derek Chauvin's trial. There's no evidence of race having anything to do with anything. Right.
George Floyd wasn't being detained and restrained because he was black. George Floyd was being restrained and detained because A, he committed a crime, and B, he was acting like an out-of-control, giant, fucking violent drug addict. And by the way, to use the phrase again, he was known to law enforcement. This wasn't his first rodeo.
That's why I put the book out, and it was released in 2022, right before I wanted it out before the election for Walz and Ellison. Sadly, it didn't work, but
because you got blackballed. Tell the truth, because the media wouldn't let it go forward. You couldn't get interviewed, you couldn't get talked to by mainstream sources in Minnesota because they didn't want that message getting out there. God forbid. Again, How is that not fascism? We block information we don't want the public to hear. That is what fascist states do. Minnesota, I'm telling you from the inside, Minnesota might be beyond saving.
But then it led to the documentary called The Fall of Minneapolis.
There's nothing conservative about Minnesota. I mean, Jesus, here in central Minnesota where it's as red as a beet, we're going to be building marijuana grow facilities in Sauk Rapids. And I'm sorry, I don't think we should just be commercializing the sale of drugs. I don't think there's anything conservative about that. There is no conservative party. There's progressivism driving the speed limit. And that's what modern conservative Republicans are. Name one thing they've conserved.
And we tried to really bring out the truth that nobody heard in this case in that documentary. And more than 10 million people have seen it all around the world, which is amazing considering it was just kind of this little documentary. But it also, I think, proves that the truth still matters. I just wish somebody would do something about it.
It's not an accident, though, Liz. It's not an accident that the truth that's out there doesn't get out there. They've chosen not to let it get out there. They don't want it out there because people might not believe them anymore. The problem with that is the problem with obfuscating the truth, the problem with withholding people's rights, the problem with running a fascist dictatorship is that the longer you withhold these things from people, the more pissed off and radical they're going to be when they find out. That's like Malcolm X once said, because people said, Malcolm, you're hateful. He goes, this ain't hate teaching. This is love teaching. He said, I wouldn't tell you this stuff if I didn't love you. He said, I'm trying to tell the white man there's a powder keg in his house. And if he doesn't get that powder keg out of his house, then it's going to explode and it's going to blow up the whole house. He said, and that powder keg is a racial explosion. And he said, a racial explosion is far worse than an atomic explosion, he said. That's what we have going on in Minnesota, not racial, but authoritative. The people versus the people who are supposed to be leading them, protecting their rights, and informing them. They're being fucked with. Mac with $9.99 says, thanks, Toe. Hey, curious, is SP still around? I mean, I don't know why you'd be curious about that, but yes. It's just weird that you'd be curious about that. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you, but thank you. Honky with $2 says she ain't bad looking, not going to lie. Got a bit of a Marky Post kind of hotness. Thank you to the most banned queen for $1. King Kong Dong with $1 says, welcome to America, the land of guilty until proven guilty. Freedom of speech is a joke. Yeah. I mean, oops, sorry, guys. I put the wrong number in there. My bad. 250 away from today's goal. Thank you, Mac, for the $10. I appreciate that. There we go. 250 is the number. Hey, throw in a little Streamlabs, a little PayPal, a little Venmo, a little everything. Oh my God. I need to know what this is for. Hold on a minute, guys. Stop the presses, stop the show. I got to see something. Fuck all the haters. Can I get a free link on Rumble Friday? LOL. Steven with $800. Holy shit, buddy. Thank you. Here, let's do all of these for him.
They are afraid.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Let's do it for Johnny, man. We'll do it for Johnny.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Why do they come to me to die? Why do they come to me to die?
If their rambunctiousness and misdemeanoring is behind them, it is, ain't it, boys?
Yes, sir. It is.
Oh, wow. Holy shit, Steven. Thank you for the $800, dude. I don't want to cry on stream. But and I don't want to talk about any of this anymore. But and you know me. I've been at this game long enough to that people wanting to laugh and chuckle and chortle and whatever at anything that happens with me does not bother me. It's totally fine. That doesn't register on an emotional level. What does register still to this day on an emotional level is the fucking support. I'm not afraid of anything anymore because of the amount of support I've been shown. And if you want to clip this and you want to do 9 hours of content about how gay I'm being right now, you can't hurt me. Like, I'm tempered in shit at this point. That shit can't get to me. What can get to me still is after being railroaded out of radio, in my opinion, by people who were fucking jealous of how much we were kicking the shit out of them. And after being able to make this work here, after the entire weight of the world trying to push down on you and kill you, and you telling them, fuck off, you can't kill me, I wouldn't have the balls to do that right in their face if I didn't have fucking crazy support like this. Honestly, after a day that was, it wasn't a great day, but there were a lot of positives that came out of it. Like, I'm done. I'm finished with it. You're not going to hear me say anything about anything. But then also, like, the fucking amount of mess, my inbox filled with people being supportive, filled with people who get it, filled with people who just, said some really nice things. And then people like Steven throwing fucking $800 at the toe just because he says, fuck all the haters. Just because he sees, the amount of people who just try to make their living off the back of the toe. And he goes, you know what? Fuck these people. Here's my, just you being nice to me and just you being a fan and enjoying the show is more than enough to make me feel touched. But then to put a monetary number on that support is so far above, and it being that number is so fucking above and beyond. I can't tell you how much it means to me. So thank you very much, Steven. I appreciate it. You're the fucking man. And everybody, and honestly, all of you, whether you're throwing in $800 like Steven, or you're hitting thumbs up, or even thumbs down. I found out that even if you hit thumbs down, that's an interaction and it helps the algorithm. Just hitting thumbs up. I prefer a thumbs up. But like even the thumbs up, like that means the fucking world to me. And knowing there's people out, a shitload of people out there who in life in general and in the world, they fucking get it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Optic, for the very kind text. He says, you got this, bro. No, you guys were unbelievable yesterday. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. Balls Deep with $2 says, LL Cool Lee will cry on multiple platforms now. Well, that sounds sad for him. I would hope that he's got more to life than me, but, because I would be depressed if a stranger was all I had. That would be cause to almost go on medication. Gray Duckling with $5 says, cry, bitch. Those are my guys. Those are my guys. Veldrain with $1 says, the biggest joke to come out of 2020 was the anti-fascists. Antifa, they are so pro-fascist, but will get super angry if you say otherwise. I see the Antifa people as useful idiots for the true power behind the throne. I see Antifa as just useful idiots, dumb street thugs who are backing something that they don't know will feed them into the meat grinder the minute they can. They are the Mensheviks to the Bolsheviks. If you don't know, during the Russian Revolution, there were two groups, the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. And the Mensheviks were kind of more of like the left-wing socialist, but not hardcore communist wing of the whole deal. And the Bolsheviks were the fucking radical worldwide communist, the revolution never ends people. Vladimir Lenin, Trotsky, all those guys. The Bolsheviks ended up winning. And the Mensheviks were made enemies of the state. And the Mensheviks were seen as they were useful idiots during the revolution. But when the Bolsheviks wanted to claim their ultimate authority, they had no problem selling them down the river. Or the brown shirts. The brown shirts were Hitler's street thugs. They helped intimidate people into voting for the Nazis and supporting the Nazis. And they were instrumental in the Nazis getting enough power in the German parliament to make Hitler the chancellor, to get him appointed chancellor by Paul von Hindenburg. As soon as Hitler seized power after von Hindenburg's death, the first thing he did was he took out the brown shirts and he made Ernst Röhm kill himself. Ernst Röhm was the head of the brown shirts. He was the guy who organized all the street thugs, all the street protests. I mean, he was the most down-ass bitch you could find in that Nazi party, was a guy named Ernst Röhm. And when Hitler took power, the SS and the Gestapo felt like they didn't need the brown shirts anymore and that the brown shirts could be more. They realized that the brown shirts, the people on the street, the people that really forced the issue on the street, that they could be strong enough one day to turn on the SS and the Gestapo if they ever wanted to pull some bullshit. Like the brown shirts were going to be the purists that kept it all, that held them accountable. And so during the Night of the Long Knives, the SS and the Gestapo, the black shirts, as they were called, wiped out the brown shirts. Rumor has it, Hitler went to Ernst Röhm himself, gave him a pistol, and essentially said, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. So when you say like Antifa and Black Lives Matter and all these people, they are in the fascist overthrow of the country you grew up in that we're going through right now. That has, I'm telling you right now, has infiltrated every piece of our nation. BLM, Antifa, they're the brown shirts. They're going to end up in the same thought policing camp that you and I are in. They're, what's her name? Patrice Cullors. She's Ernst Röhm. Like, these people don't know it yet, but they're useful idiots, 1,000%. Occam's Machete with $5 says, Alexa, play Love Lift Us Up Where We Belong as SP hoists Aaron through the crowd. $20 from Silverwolf says, okay, don't cry, because I'll cry, and no one wants to see two fat men cry. Well, I'm sorry. It's gay. I know it's gay, and I know I'll get made fun of, but you really don't realize how much support you have until you're really going through it. And I have so much support, and I couldn't be more thankful. And I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you. King Kong Dong becoming a member for his 29th month. Says, been listening since your first day on radio. We go where the toe goes. Fuck the haters. Yeah, I got a few messages that said like, they were texting me like me, and then they listed off a bunch of other people who have been riding with the toe for a long time. We've got you forever. We love you, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate it. Doggo Doesn't Die with $20. Give Doggo Doesn't Die a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Oh, and give it to Silverwolf as well.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Doggo Doesn't Die says, all hail Stephen, first of his name, long may he reign, forever steel toe forever. Thank you, buddy. Sergeant Hulka with $10 says, wanted to send this yesterday afternoon, but it was my birthday, and the wife and daughter took me out to dinner. Very happy for you, Toe. Best wishes from Virginia. Thank you, Sergeant Hulka. That's very kind. $2 from Honky says, number one, Ernst Röhm was a raging fan and his aims got too lofty. And number two, the SA/brown shirts were necessary to fight Antifa on the street. They're heroes, in my humble opinion. Well, the brown shirts were there to fight the communists because Germany was going to be taken over by one radical wing or the other, the National Socialists or the commies. And the brown shirts were imperative to the Nazis winning that fight. And how was Ernst Röhm thanked? Hitler basically made him kill himself. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's go to Mizzle T. Shizzle with 27 months. Says $800 dono doesn't mean you have to stop begging. I do have to stop. Let's see. 800. Let's see. So we were at, so that's 5, 2. Like, we're good through Monday now. At least Monday. It might be more than, I think Monday, maybe part of 2. So we're good for a while. Wait, no, we're more than that. Hold on. 2, 5, 7. Yeah, we're good into Tuesday. Thank you very much for that. That knocks out a shit fuck of goals. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all of your guys' support. You're incredible. I could walk through fire because of my children, my lovely girlfriend, my family, and you guys. Could walk through a fucking burning building. Timothy with $10 says,
Okay, faggot, what's next?
Thank you very much, Timothy. I appreciate that. It's just, look, where I come from, if someone gives you $800, you owe them at the very least gushing and actually a blowjob. You actually, technically, where I come from, if someone gives you $800 and you don't suck their dick, you're kind of, I mean, that's gay. In an odd, like, it's so, like, not doing the gay thing is so disrespectful that it's like a circle. It comes back around to gay in a weird way. All right, let's do this one. Is there hope for Minnesota? This is Liz Colin and Tucker Carlson. This is the last clip we have. Thank you, Steven. Another win for the toe. Give me tips with $1 says, when did the 800 come in? It came in at some point while I was doing this Tucker Carlson, Liz Colin thing. I looked down at the phone here for the notifications, and I saw that on there, and I had to do it on the computer because I'm like, no fucking way. You've got to be kidding. So thank you, Steven. So is there hope left for Minnesota? I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think so. There's no hope for Minnesota. Because I don't think we're going to put the right people in charge. And also, I don't believe that the politicians are the ones in charge. I don't believe they're the ones controlling it. It's so much bigger than that. That even if you put the right governor in there, he can't make enough changes. Like, it's so, like, the rot and the fascism and the complete betrayal of what we were taught and believed in is so entrenched in every institution that we have. A governor is going to be playing inside of the framework of that field. Whoever, like, what we need right now is we need a Jesus Christ-like figure to go into the temple and start flipping the tables and letting the Pharisees have it. I don't mean like literal Jewish people, but like the same, that metaphor, we need the same thing. Honestly, you almost need a Christ-like figure to save us from our country being conquered from the inside. It's fucking over. You can't even get what you want. I mean, if you think politicians are in charge? Our Make America Great Again president, who's been doing nothing but sucking red, white, and blue cock, saying that we just need to focus on us, just fought a war for another country that we had no interest in whatsoever and should have ignored completely. Like, I'm sorry, it's gone. It can come back, but it's looking more and more unlikely. So is there hope for Minnesota? Now, I say no. I say that Minnesota is the next California is the next New York. I also believe that this is going to sound weird. If we didn't have the lakes that we had, people would be fucking bailing it. We'd be a colder Ohio.
Or
5 years ago.
Right.
This is not like in the 70s. This is 5 years ago.
Right.
So I'll just be totally blunt with you, Liz. I'm overwhelmed by what you've said. I'm really sad about it, even though I'm not from there. Are there any signs of hope that this slide can be arrested, that things can get better?
I'm always a hopeful person, and I think that's why I did jump ship and wanted to play a part in telling the truth and join independent media. And I've definitely seen more people open their eyes. At least we're willing to now have these conversations.
The only problem is the arrogance of the people in the institutions, the arrogance of the people in charge. As long as they feel that comfortable to be that arrogant, we're never going to be free. The people cannot be free unless the institutions and the people in charge are terrified of the people. Nobody's scared of the people. Nobody's scared of the people. They, like, even people like, oh, they're scared of MAGA, though. Bro, they rounded them up. They penned them like cattle on January 6th. They set them up. They locked them up like they were fucking Muhammad Atta. Well, I mean, Muhammad Atta died. And not, you know what I mean, though. Like they were Zakawi. They locked him up. So the people in charge of the institutions are not scared of the people at all. So no country can be free. Like John Adams was terrified of the people when he was president. So much so he made the Alien and Sedition Acts. Because he was like, there's people literally right outside my office fucking screaming at me and setting effigies of me on fire. And instead of I should change shit up, I should do things differently, I'm going to make a law that says I can arrest them for writing mean shit about me. We took a wrong turn.
But when you have a political assassination that takes place and you're just like, how is this? This isn't the state that I grew up in.
It's not.
Again, seems to be unrecognizable.
The state I grew up in had Arnie Carlson. The state I grew up in had fucking balls, dude. We elected Jesse Ventura. Do you know how against institutions and how how punk rock of a move that was? And do you know what they did? You know what the institutions did? You know what the media did? They waged a 4-year war on Jesse Ventura and told us all he's mentally fucking retarded. And then made him look as bad as possible and set him up. Like the people of Minnesota launched a grenade through the fucking window of our corrupt, shitty state. And all they did was they took that grenade and went, this grenade is fucking retarded and stupid, and threw it back out the window, let it blow up on the front lawn, and just waited that guy out.
But I remain hopeful. Because it really is. It's a beautiful state, wonderful people, made me who I am. And I think there are more of us than we realize. Sometimes you can feel a little bit out there and alone, but.
Look, I mean, and look, I want to be hopeful. I do, but I've seen too much. And I will tell you this. I think the city of St. Cloud, Minnesota is a great microcosm for where we're at right now. When I grew up and I would go to my grandma's house on Wilson Avenue in St. Cloud, you could walk 2 blocks and you could be on East St. Germain Street. And East St. Germain Street had Little Duke's and a nice convenience store and then a bunch of small businesses, you know, like those old small town downtowns. And there was the bank there, and there was the Dutch Maid Bakery, and you had the Ace Bar and Grill where people they'd join as a community and they'd break bread and all of that stuff. You walk by, it's a fucking Mogadishu shithole now. It fucking sucks. There's no businesses. It's all fucking gone. And we imported the third world. And look, God bless those people. I hope they find America wonderful, and I hope they become productive citizens of this country. But I'm not going to pretend that it wasn't a giant leap backwards for the city of St. Cloud and the state of Minnesota. I mean, I hate to be the guy who goes, you could ride your bike, you could walk the street. You could. Now, you might as well just have fucking tumbleweeds. A goddamn pawn shop closed down in that neighborhood. It was such a shithole, a pawn shop couldn't make it anymore. Jesus. We've got a shoebox bar, and then we've got places that are probably ripping off the food stamp program. if the trend in the media is any indication. Red Fox Mad with 1999. Throw that man a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Says, thank you for the amazing and funny morning show. You are a wonderful and amazing person. I love you in this morning show. You are the best in the business. I am here to help in any way possible. You guys have gone above and beyond today. You have gone above and beyond, and every day. And for the last 10 years, you guys have gone above and beyond. Vadam with $5 says, good morning, Aaron. I am here for you. If you ever need anything, let me know. I would be happy to help you in any way that I can. You're the best radio guy in the world. Thank you. Always have been. I appreciate that. Switchblade Proper says, I grew up in St. Cloud, Minnesota. And it's honestly sad and fucking disgusting what they did to that place. And all because Democrats in this state wanted to turn a red city blue. That's it. St. Cloud was a thriving city of 75,000 people at night, 250,000 people during the day because people there was work and stuff like that. But it voted for the wrong people, so it had to be broken down. The university was thriving. One of the top 5 party schools in the nation. You don't think it was by fucking design? You don't think it was organized as a coup against the people of this city? That Chancellor Potter basically ripped the fucking guts out of that university and said, yeah, party school, smarty school. Let's bring in a bunch of fucking foreigners and just have them study rocket science. And oh boy, people don't want to come to fucking St. Cloud, Minnesota to study rocket science. Amazing. And the enrollment died, and the apartments rotted, and the businesses went under, and the bars struggled. Because God forbid one of the biggest cities in Minnesota vote the wrong fucking way. So look, St. Cloud did not just make some mistakes and start falling apart. It was a controlled demolition. It was a red voting city that needed to die. So they killed Main Street, they killed the university, and they imported people that would do things their way. Like, honestly, this is going to sound weird, but there is no reason, or there is no reason, I'm sorry. There is no better way. Like, what we're going to need is, we're going to need the Muslims in this city to get fucking based really quick. Because it ain't like that these people are on their side either. I don't know. Maybe if a couple of these fucking lefty school teachers start trying to transition a couple Somali people's kids, they'll get mad enough. And then maybe some shit will change. I don't know. It's just, like I said, it's a controlled demolition, and it's not like what happened to St. Cloud it's not just St. Cloud. It's all over this country. If you have a thriving city that's red, they've been trying to change it. And not through changing your minds, not through making a compelling argument, but through manipulation. You know? Hulkamasha Baby says, I prefer to drive to Brainerd, which is farther from my house, over Cloud, just because that town sucks so much. Brainerd's nice. King Kong Dong says, I have a friend who works at St. Cloud State. The dorm numbers were 850 students last year. And they did it on purpose. Like, I've never seen it before. A university put a metaphorical gun in their own mouth and killed what made them successful. Because God forbid. God forbid. But don't worry. Now you can have teachers with blue hair teaching you that, gender is a fluid concept. Who needs success? All right, let's move on. See, Tucker Carlson bums me the fuck out. Tucker Carlson has Liz Colin on his show, and he bums me the fuck out. Dude, that's how you know. That's how you know that fucking Tucker is the best in the business. He gets you to emote that way. But the Liz Colin story does just remind me of how fucked this state is, because she was the best in the business. She's the best journalist out there. She embodies what real journalism is, and she was crushed by the machine from the inside. It sucks. Go watch The Fall of Minneapolis. Donald Trump, I thought this was strange. You know, I like the guys at the Babylon Bee. I think they do a good job, but that Not the Bee is such a neocon fucking rag sometimes. It's unbelievable. It's, I don't know if you saw this. Donald Trump got NATO to pledge 5% of their GDP to military spending so that we weren't footing the bill for NATO so much. I think the old number was 2.5%. And now it's... Now he got it up to 5%. And the Babylon Bee, take a look at this headline. Not the Bee says, winning, Trump just convinced almost every NATO country to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP. Somebody explain this to me, because I thought Not the Bee was America first. I really did. And I think a lot of people look at America first and they see it as a slogan. I'm sorry that I'm so retarded that I fucking believe in it, that I'm a patriot and I love my country. But someone tell me how the position of I got NATO to spend more money on bombs, tanks, missiles, and planes is a win for America. It's a win for Raytheon. It's a win for Boeing. It's a win for Lockheed Martin. Don't get me wrong. The people who own America, it's a win for them. But what do I give a fuck if Britain spends more money on their military? It's great for bankers who are going to be fucking loaning this money at interest to these countries because they're running spending deficits. I mean, if anything, I would tell these countries, hey, you know what the wrong way to go is? Spending so much on bombs, tanks, and wars that you spend your country into bankruptcy like ours is. This idea that just because Trump does it, it's a win is fucking dangerous. Like, this is how we get in the position we're in. Like, to me, you know what the win is? If you're America first, you know what the win is in this situation? Getting out of NATO. Like, I guess maybe I'm just radically America first, or maybe I just believe in the shit. But to me, being in NATO violates what George Washington told us about avoiding entangling alliances. So America first winning is not, hey, you know how we spend way too much fucking money and a lot of it's on military? And you're like, oh, America first, so we're cutting spending? No. We got a bunch of other countries to fucking spend a shitload of their money on their military too. Yeah, I don't fucking care, quite frankly. It's like, hey, you know how we're about to jump off this cliff with no parachute? Yeah, I got 6 other guys to do it with me. Isn't that a win? But no, not at all. It's not a win at all. It's terrible. Doggo Doesn't Die says, okay, but the founding fathers made the military 1/3 of the budget in the Constitution. And where are we at now? It's less than 1/3. I'll give you that. It's less than 1/3. But I think also if you'd have told the founding fathers we were going to spend $7 trillion fucking dollars a year, they would go, yeah, we're having another revolution. You guys really didn't get what we were putting down, did you? I love it when all these blue-haired lefties try to talk about how dumb the founding fathers were, yet 250 years later, we still don't understand what the fuck they meant. We still can't grasp it. Gimme Tip says the U.S. was paying way more on defense than the rest, so the win is we won't be paying as much. But I agree with you. Fuck NATO. Let me ask you something. Do you really think we won't be paying as much? I think we'll be spending every bit as much on the military as we were before. It'll just go to us rather than NATO. The money's still getting spent. Do you think the people that run this country are going to allow Donald Trump to spend less on defense? No. Lockheed, Boeing, Raytheon, they ain't doing it. And if Trump has to pass it through Congress, you think all those Congress people, let's see how fucking hardcore Thomas Massey is when he starts getting calls from weapons manufacturers that he better not fucking vote for that. I'll respect the shit out of him if he still stays strong. Rand Paul too. But I know a lot of senators and Congress people won't. They'll bend. 09 Canyon says better they spend more money on their military than having us pay for their fair share. But my thing is we're going to spend it anyway. Hulkamasha Baby says, yeah, but they don't spend shit. We pay for like a ton of NATO. I agree with you. And the Soviet Union is gone. Let's end it. Smartest thing we could have ever done. But the weapons manufacturers, the people who own this country, they didn't want it. The smartest thing we could have ever done is allowed Russia into NATO and then dissolved it after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Let Russia become a NATO country. We all become united, okay? Now Russia's elected Boris Yeltsin. We're going to say we're all European democracies. There's no more East-West divide. We're all pals. That's world peace. When the Soviet Union fell, we had the best shot at world peace ever. Could have brought everybody into the fold. But instead, we wanted to impose our will. We wanted to press the advantage. This Eastern European country, this Eastern European country, this one, get them into NATO, push closer to Russia's border. Rather than going, hey, I see that the Soviet Union is collapsing. Let's get together. Let's talk about how we can make this work for everyone. And who knows, maybe you get an alliance between the United States and Russia. Maybe we get some kind of Marshall Plan going to help rebuild the Eastern Bloc. Instead, we said, ooh, weak Russia, weak Eastern Bloc. Let's make this work for us. And we did. And we didn't lift a finger to fucking help anybody because we thought we could keep Russia down. Yet, by the way, you think that might piss Russia off 20, 30 years later? You think that they might be a little upset and do something about it eventually? That we just decided, we could have had world peace, but we decided, let's try to put pressure on them while they're down. I think so. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, I have seen a big change in St. Cloud from 2005 to present. Same with the university. They cut the aviation program and other programs. Sports took away the party school. Fun, enrollment dropped. Oh, dude, enrollment is tragically low. It's so bad. Enrollment at SCSU. St. Cloud State University in Minnesota had a total enrollment of 10,514 students in the fall of 2023. They had 1,000 students living there on campus. 1,000. Enrollment at St. Cloud State University in 2000. 12,660. Enrollment in 2005. Let's take a... Oh, here we go. We have enrollment 2000 to 2015. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. 2010, 15,000 people. Right around 15,000 in 03. Solid at 15 grand. Right on. And then all of a sudden, we're not a party school anymore. And now in 2023, they were down to 10,000. You don't get there by mistake. It was again, it was a controlled demolition. Let's go University of Minnesota enrollment since 2000. Let's see. Maybe they've had the same drop. Maybe they've had the same amount of drop as St. Cloud State has. Oh, no, they haven't. That didn't happen. They're actually up. Oh, that's fucking crazy. 2012, 2013, 68,000 people. Last year, 70,000 people. Oh, so that was good. They were okay. It's fine because they produce liberal students. Sergeant Holka with $5 says MacArthur wanted to push Russia all the way to Moscow after World War II. That would have ended the Warsaw Pact before it got started. Well, there was Operation Unthinkable. It was Churchill and Patton were both big proponents of Operation Unthinkable. And it ended up, we decided, you know what, let's keep it peaceful. Well, partly because FDR was kind of a communist and he felt close. I mean, he called Joseph Stalin Uncle Joe, for Christ's sake. Unnerving Brain with 199 says, I live in Colorado. What does this mean to me? You know what? When it was California, when it was New York, here in Minnesota, we went, I'm in Minnesota. What does this mean to me? By the way, you're in Colorado. Your state's falling the fuck apart too. You guys decided, wouldn't it be cool to do drugs? And now all of your fucking numbers, you guys are becoming a liberal shithole too. So, yes, it does pertain to Colorado as well. The Joe Rogan Liver King thing continues to, that continues to just get weirder and weirder. Apparently, by the way, somebody texts in, to be fair, Alex Jones is more electable than Jesse Ventura. I mean, well, yeah, now Jesse's, gone a little crazy. But this whole Joe Rogan Liver King thing got way out of hand. I mean, Liver King clearly having mental problems. Clearly, he might be having drug problems. He went crazy over the weekend, and it continued to the point where he got arrested in Austin for making terroristic threats towards Joe Rogan. And Rogan told the cops that Liver King is mentally unstable and that he's heard that the Liver King has a drug problem. Rogan talked with the cops after Liver King challenged him to a fight via social media, and Joe told police the fitness influencer appeared to be significantly unstable. Can't argue with him there. According to new legal docs obtained by TMZ, cops in Austin, Texas say the former Fear Factor host, that's a weird way to describe him, told them he interpreted Liver King's string of social media rants as threatening. That's so weird that I'm sorry, I can't get over that. Joe Rogan is the former Fear Factor host. I mean, #1 broadcaster in the world, UFC color commentator, I mean, stand-up comedian, former Fear. Like, again, I hate to be paranoid, but it seems like that's purposely demeaning because Rogan doesn't have the right message. That they're going to call him, well, he's the former Fear Factor host. Okay. That would be like, hey, Howard Stern? Oh, yeah, the guy of the guy who did Butt Bongo Fiesta? No, like the king of all media, most popular broadcaster in the world at one point. That Howard's just, I want to take that Noticinol drug and I want to stop seeing all these things because it's fucking, like I said, you're Rowdy Roddy Piper in They Live. Once the glasses are on, you can't go back. He told them, Rogan told them he interpreted Liver King's string of social media rants as threatening, which is why cops were called and eventually led to Liver King being arrested on a charge of making a terroristic threat. Police say Joe told them he'd never had any sort of contact with Liver King, real name Brian Johnson, and was unaware that why he'd be targeting him. And cops say Rogan went on to tell him he'd been told Liver King has a significant drug issue. That would make sense, and it does seem to be stimulants because Liver King had, I don't know if you remember the video we watched yesterday, he had one eyeball that the pupil was gigantic, and the other one, the pupil was tiny. And obviously he was ranting like a lunatic. In the docs, police say Joe told them, based on what he's seen from Liver King's recent Instagram posts, the guy appears to be significantly unstable and seems like he needs help. As we reported, cops say Liver King traveled from Willis, Texas to Austin, where Joe lives and records his famous podcast, and they busted him at a hotel Tuesday night after he kept ranting online about wanting to fight Joe Rogan. I don't know. Okay. Apparently what he was charged with was a Class B misdemeanor. He's out of police custody. Oh, no, he's back to posting bizarre rants on Instagram. Oh, shit. I mean, it's too bad that they couldn't get him like some kind of like a 5150, or they couldn't get him locked up. And it's too bad his family can't have him. I don't know. Maybe his family's either scared of him, or maybe his family's fucking nuts too. I don't know if you watched that Netflix documentary about Liver King, but his family's a little fucky too. So I'm not saying they're as bad as he is. I want to just look up the Liver King's Instagram posts here and see what he's up to. Oh boy. God damn it. What do we have here?
You're at the hotel, Four Seasons. You don't have a real kitchen. It's a charlatan Liver King kitchen.
This was 6 hours ago, by the way. So he made this at about 2 a.m. our time. Oh, fuck.
And then, so what are the heating elements? You can ask for the hot box to stay back, but hey, hot box, what's going on? These are my candles, actually. These are my candles, and they wouldn't even keep the hot box warm. And, you know, even the sticks from outside those won't either. That's the ash under the eyes, if you saw the video. And all the food that I wouldn't dare ever throw away because my Dobermans and I like to snack, and it's warm from what I did. But then you can also take the bones. You can put it in this heating element that they usually have here.
Did he say he's in a hotel room with all this shit? He's in a hotel room at the Four Seasons, and he's got all kinds of like canned molasses and old meat bones and shit. He's like living like the stereotype of a crazy person. This is like Howard Hughes, like putting his, like that might be his urine in those jars. You know, check his fingernails. Has he been trimming them?
You could have this as a carrier. This kind of bone stuff.
Of course, bone broth. Everybody with their fucking bone broth. You're going to live to 150 if you drink some fucking broth.
More bone broth. And then I like to add these ones. These ones are really good. I have 3 cases of these ones. Some of that coconut water, those electrolytes.
Coconut water, as you all know, bottled coconut water was a must-have for the cavemen, for our primordial brothers. Our warrior class, our barbarians. Everybody knows that Alaric the Visigoth drank coconut water regularly. Odoacer was a big coconut water guy. It was an ancestral tenet. Buzz with $2 says Fear Factor was pretty great. It was. Give Coyote Envy a Hogan. Thank you for the $20, guys. Thank you for the huge support. I appreciate it.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
And Julius Presley with $2 says, don't you know stalking Joe Rogan is very primal? I forgot.
And then I'll pepper in. Notes it doesn't matter, but that's a cool heating element. Don't go that high, because that high, it boils over real quick and it repeats unnecessary effort.
And he just brings all of it. He brings like a prison kitchen to his hotel room. All right, and here's a shank I made out of a spork. Here's some toilet wine over here. We've got that chilling, and we got the ice in the toilet. We got that. That's an ancestral tenet. What the fuck? We're going to cook up all this bone meat. We're going to heat up all this broth. Then we're going to go kick the living shit out of Joe Rogan.
The same effort to destroy a thing, boom. There's the same effort you could have reallocated. Opportunity costs so much more than that to something good and true. So Joe Rogan, the fight, I mean, not.
Gap. Derp. Nope.
That guy. Official correction. Seth Rogen, you picked a fight. I've so many outs I've given you. You know, it's unwinnable for both of us. It's not about that anymore.
Seth Rogen.
But Texas is an awesome, awesome state. You just came here, you know. This is my state, where I'm from.
Did he just say Seth Rogen? But did he mean Joe Rogan, or is he now changing to Seth Rogen? Did he get names mixed up in the phone book? How are his eyes, by the way? I'm trying to see. They're both dilated. They're both big as fuck right now.
We do manly things here. Yeah, welcome to Texas. I don't know if California would want you back, but I would. I would want you back. I don't want you to go.
Near, far, wherever you are, Liver King will be watching with a tomahawk steak bone in his ass.
So I asked Texas to just have grace on you and your family. Have grace. Good and true. Comedy's awesome. At the expense of another person, to have their family to be received as less than the earnest, pure, innocent, strong barbarians and super...
Oh, there's the barbarians. There's Odoaker and Alaric. There we go. The barbarians are... Or does he mean Meng and Haku? I don't know what he means. By the way, Ryan the Garbage Man says if Russia was in NATO, there would be no Muslim terrorists and China would know their place. Right. And who would Lockheed Martin sell weapons to?
Barbarian is my queen that they are. You know what they forgot to put in the Untold Truth movie? That my queen, my wife, she's a dentist for over a decade, a long time.
How fucked up is it that your wife's a dentist, but you're the scariest person in your family?
She would do full mouth reconstructions 12 to 14 hours a day. A doctor of dental surgery, a residency. Pretty smart she is, pretty smart. I, Liver King Brian Johnson, metaphor, wrote a thesis.
Brian Johnson is not a metaphor. It's your legal name. That's Aaron M. Holt, metaphor. That's not a metaphor.
College degree, born on a naval air station, jumped military bases, stupid enough to get a college degree, writes a thesis on the chemical compositions and biochemical processes of dietary supplements in the human animal. They forget to say that one.
By the way, he did not add this music to this video. This is playing inside of his hotel room.
I did. And then I forgot to also say, hey, listen to me, my credentials, because that's a lie also. What we do is the truth. What we say is talk shit. An unwinnable fight, but good and true, united, we can do that. This is not for you or for you. King time.
All right. Well, I think that about clears everything up. Liver is all a big misunderstanding. Liver King just wants to sit in his hotel room and eat some meat. Well, there he is. Oh, God. Holy shit. He was posting all fucking day. Oh, boy. What was this one?
If we can get this one right. I'm going to make a bunch of videos this week.
Terrible idea. This was another one that came out 6 hours ago.
And then I'm not going to make them for a long
Oh, the same song is playing.
while. Then I'll make some more again.
That's it? Oh, no, it just stopped loading. Even my computer has had enough of the Liver King. All right. Well, I look, I think now it's starting to be a law of diminishing returns. I think it's just starting to be the same message over and over and over and over again. Holy shit with this guy. Let's go. I think I missed Vadam's $5. Thank you to Vadam. He says, I grew up and graduated from Frazee, Minnesota. The town has not grown much and is an almost all-white town. I miss living in a small Republican town. Small town USA is the best. I hate living in St. Cloud. Coltrane with $1 says, the only thing getting this country under new control is a civil war or the leadership like media and politicians get put down permanently. He means metaphorically. They won't learn until it hits them like that. Well, that's what I worry about for my country, is that the more you hide the truth from people and the more you manipulate people and the more you insult people's intelligence and the more that builds up like pressure. And the more that you start to redline that, when they finally decide to do something about it, it gets really, really bad. And I really don't want to see that happen. But you have demons who are just completely obsessed with complete control, and they can't let anyone else get any information out there. It's brutal. It's brutal. Coltrane with $1 says, with all these slums in St. Cloud, I say you can't bring there here without here becoming there. That's a fact when they aren't expected to assimilate. Well, and not only that, but also it's just, not only you can't bring there here without bringing here there. Like, we lost a mayor recently who at least kept the shit to shoe level, and I'm worried that the next one isn't going to. We had the homeless encampments a couple years back. They tried to get a foothold with the homeless encampments, which is, in my opinion, a conspiracy on one political end to destroy communities. And our mayor, Mayor Kleiss, stood up, put his foot down, and said, we're not fucking doing that here. Get him out of here. Absolutely not. And he passed I believe he passed an ordinance or just made an edict, I can't remember which one, where you couldn't be homeless in public. You had to do it at a shelter or somewhere else. And the reason these people wanted to do the tent community thing for the homeless is that to go to a homeless shelter, you have to be sober. And these people wanted to be fucked up, and they wanted to put up first of all, where are the homeless people getting tents? I do believe that's a funded, paid for, organized thing. Where are they getting that from? I'd like to know. So we had a mayor that stood up against that shit, but I think it'll be back. And when it does come back, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to stand up against it next time. Kevin Soundboard says housekeeping is in for a treat. No shit, dude. Oh, and can you imagine how bad Liver King's meat farts are? Liver and meat farts? Jesus Christ. You're going to walk into a room with stale meat fart air and bones all over the place and dog bowls full of, rib bone. I don't know what the fuck it's going to look like, but Kevin Soundboard is right. Housekeeping is not going to have a good day with that one. Thank you, Tyne Bowl, for the 50, what are those, North Korean or Norwegian? I don't know what the fuck they are, but I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much for that. All right, moving on. We've got, New York City. So New York is getting a new mayor. And apparently the new mayor of New York City is a fucking communist. He is a Muslim communist who is going to fuck that city up further. Like New York City, they have to save themselves. And when it comes to like their ability to save themselves, they don't want to. They really don't see it as a problem. Because they had Giuliani and then they had Bloomberg and everything was peaceful and it was nice. And they voted for Bill de Blasio. Then they had Eric Adams, and Eric Adams was like, can we clean these fucking illegals out of here? And they went, he's a criminal. Get him the fuck out of office. Now they want this Zoran Mamdani guy. And to give you an idea of how lefty New York City is, they just had the Democratic primary in New York, and now this guy is being crowned mayor. Like, the Republican primary does not fucking matter. And this Zoran Mamdani guy, a lot of people outside of New York are going, hey, wait a minute. We had 9/11 24 years ago, and now on the 24th anniversary of 9/11, we're going to elect a Muslim mayor in New York City. Not only a Muslim mayor, but a deeply left socialist Muslim mayor in New York City. That's either, great and awesome and progressive, or what the fuck. Well, President Trump has weighed in on Zoran Mamdani, calling him a 100% communist lunatic, saying it's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zoran Mamdani, a 100% communist lunatic, has just won the Democratic primary and is on his way to becoming mayor. Trump wrote, we've had radical lefties before, but this is getting a little ridiculous. He looks terrible. His voice is grating. He's not very smart. He's got AOC +3, dummies all backing him. And even our great Palestinian senator, crying Chuck Schumer, is groveling over him. Yes, this is a big moment in the history of our country. I mean, you can't save people from themselves. You can't help people who don't want to be helped. And let's just be very honest. New York City does not want to be helped. They've already got like Jewish leaders in New York are already saying, let's get the fuck out. Jewish leaders are coming out against the Mamdani victory, and they're saying maybe we should leave. Maybe we should move. Twisted question mark says only 5% voted for him. Maybe 5% of New York because it was a primary, but didn't he get like 30-some% of the primary votes? I mean, Cuomo dropped out. Apparently there was nobody to finger, so he wasn't interested. Carlos Cameo says Cuomo or Adams might be running as an independent in the general election. Yeah, but they did a pretty good job of, tying Adams to Trump and, making left-leaning Mayor Adams look like he's fucking MAGA. So I don't know if that's going to work. Das Optic Nerve says, I just lost it. I'm sorry. There we go. Das Optic Nerve says Zorhan is dangerous, but New York does not see it. I mean, maybe the guy loses, but it sounds like you guys treat that Democratic primary like it's a fait accompli, like it's over. Kevin Soundboard says lots of new apartments for rent. Yeah, I mean, if all the Jews move out of New York, I mean, you're gonna get to see a little bit more affordable housing. Renegger says Jews are voting for him. I've read both. I've read that Jews are saying we need to leave New York, and I've heard, and now you're saying Jews are voting for him. Jews on how the fuck do I even spell that guy's name? Not Jews in Sudan. Boy, I really fucked up his name. If they're calling it, if they're saying I was trying to write Jews in Sudan, oh, no, Zoran Mamdani. I called him Zidani. I was kind of mixing it up, like J-Lo or, Benifer. I was trying to make it too cute. Jews on Mamdani. I hope that doesn't take me to Pornhub. Oh, yeah, here you go. Mamdani's success spotlights a deepening rupture among U.S. Jews. Jewish congressman endorsed Mamdani in contrast to community worries. So the leadership, the political class, the ruling class, Jewish people are pro-Mamdani. The rank and file Jewish person in New York City is very, very concerned about what this means. After Mamdani victory, Jewish Democrats alarmed by party's tolerance of anti-Semitism and anti-Israel extremism. So yeah, there's, as usual, even when it's the mayor of New York race, it's the fucking Israel topic keeps coming up. $1 from Atomic Ray. He says there will be goats in Central Park for vegetation control and sex with. Allahu Akbar. Jesus. Renegger says, you mean the Orthodox are leaving? Yeah, the Orthodox Jews are the ones who tend to be a little more conservative, right? I mean, it just seems like New York City is playing a video game and like they're playing. Remember when you used to just let shit happen in the old Super Nintendo Sim City? You're like, yeah, my city's doing really well. Let's put a fucking Bowser over here and see what happens. You're like, oh shit, we got to rebuild our fire department. Like, it just, you had a city that was, I mean, New York City around the turn of the century was like the picture of a metropolis that can keep crime low, keep people happy, have opportunity, and make it work. And within 20 years, you've just completely destroyed it because you're like, how about a Bowser? How about a hurricane? How about a tornado? Let's do all of them at the same time. Do you think we can release a Cloverfield monster by chance? They just, I mean, it's like Dinkins in the 80s. It's like, hey, let me see if I can purposely make decisions that will fuck up my city. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $10 says Liver King did nothing wrong. Rogan having people arrested for social media posts. That boy's got some sugar in his tank. Is that what Rogan's dad said about him? $5 from Occam's Machete says left-wing atheistic Jews back lefties to dilute whitey demographics. Right-wing Jews start the crap overseas that bring the third world here. Oh, okay. I'm having the New Yorkers give me the lay of the land. Das Optic Nerve says Orthodox Jews are not leaving. Well, I think they're trying to say that, though, so that people don't vote for Mamdani. I think they're trying to threaten to leave so that Mamdani loses. I mean, nobody wants to make the threat happen. Like, they want to make the threat so you don't do the thing. They don't want to actually have to follow through with the threat. I'm looking for people from New York. There's Sam Show says there's a whole circuit board in your wall. Yeah, there's lighting. They made it with lights. I like that. Kevin Soundboard says I can keep you updated on the Orthodox. They surround me here. Well, they don't sound happy. I'll tell you that much. $5 from Numero Uno Josh Denny fan. Says, heard you got laid yesterday. Didn't have a juice box to give Bubba. I was in and out in about 35, 45 minutes. I just had to give them some money, and they'll give me that money back if I'm a good boy, which I am a good boy. And, I had to stand around waiting for just signing shit. I just said, okay, sign here. It was, honestly, it was like having a mortgage. It was like when you close on a house. It was just sitting there signing papers all day. Let's go to, there's my let's go to again. Buy Johnny's Loon Jerky, becoming a member for 37 months. Says, show of hands, who was waiting for Steven to say, oh crap, I meant $80, not $800. Been with you before radio and very happy for you. Thank you. Buy Johnny's Loon Jerky. I appreciate it. Sam Show says that thing, it makes me so mad. What is it? Kosher switch? I don't know what. Are you doing some Jewish shit on me? I don't know what this means. Well, I don't know what the kosher switch is. Oh, by the way, somebody just emailed the show and they said, when you do videos, please go full screen. All right. Well, let's have the audience vote on that one in the chat. There you go.
Good night, Yitzi.
Shabbos.
What the fuck is... I have a feeling like it's coming from Sam Show. I feel like I'm going to have to, like, you have no idea how much my finger is over like the mute and the X button when Sam Show sends me something.
Oh no.
Honey, why are the lights on?
Yitzi.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's not okay. I'm gonna find a Shabbos goy to turn off the lights.
It's
I'm gonna find a Shabbos goy to turn off the lights. Oh, it's Sabbath. That's right. You can't fuck around with. You got to turn Amish during Sabbath.
It's fine. I'll find a Shabbos goy to turn off the lights.
So just don't forget to hint.
Let me see if I can find a Shabbos goy. I can find a Shabbos goy. I can find one. Excuse me, ma'am. Hi. I need a big favor. My bedroom, the lights are on, so I was wondering if maybe you could come up to my bedroom and.
Are you crazy? I ain't coming up to your bedroom.
Yeah, but the lights are on. The lights are on.
You're crazy.
I don't know what the fuck I just watched. So the kosher, it's a switch that you hit. So when, what's wrong with, is that bad? Like they have, like, is that a real, like what? I don't get it. Is, like, yeah, Das Optic Nerve writes, what? That's kind of where I'm at on this whole deal. Soylent Goy writes, tricking God. Sounds legit. Okay, so there's more people in the chat saying, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it either. You Need Me More with $1 says, no to full screen. I like watching your reaction to the crap we send your way. All right, fair enough. All right, well, so... And like Sam Show sent that in and he went, this makes me so mad. I'm so angry about this. I've got to say, I don't know why you're so mad about it. Thank you very much to Sonny for $1.87. If you have moving needs in the Boston area, please reach out to us. We move your treasures. GoneTomorrowMoving.com. 978-231-3363. Thank you for the $2. The New York Times says that there are teenagers in Atlanta who could face hate crime charges and prison time for vandalizing pride flags. Every year now we get these during Pride Month. We get these we get these stories where like a guy does burnouts in a crosswalk that's rainbow colored, so they want him to go to jail and everything else. It's the weaponization of the justice system. He hurt our feelings on the crosswalk, so we should throw him in jail. It absolutely gives me the creeps. And I think that guy ended up getting a ticket a year or two ago, and he had to pay the fine because he like vandalized public property. But yeah, it's like, you can burn an American flag in a protest. It's totally fine. You can set an American flag on fire as long as it's yours, as long as you didn't steal it from anybody. But if you fuck with a pride flag, they want you thrown in jail. It's like anything you can do to an American flag, you absolutely should be able to do to any other flag. Like there's no flag that should be held above the sanctity of the American flag when it comes to shit you get to start on fire. But they want to send these kids to jail over what they did to a pride flag. Let's take a look. 4 teens were arrested for tearing down rainbow flags and cutting them at a rainbow crosswalk in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, well, look. You can't steal other people's... You can set your own flags on fire. But... you can destroy your own flag. You can't steal other people's stuff. But going to jail over this? Let's watch what they did, and then let's decide if they need to be facing prison time for this. First of all, they're my tax dollars. No rainbow crosswalks. All right? Ever since the invention of the crosswalk, the simple white lines have been totally fine. We just do the thing with the white lines. We put it in there. We're good. We don't need to do the rainbow shit. Okay, so they got a flag. They tore a flag down. And, there's another kid with a flag. And they're tearing them in half. Okay. They're fucking punks doing punk shit. Here's what you do. You make them pay for new flags, you tell their mommy and daddy, and you move the fuck on. Simple enough. Thank you, Mike Dick, for the $4.99. I appreciate that. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, you got to read a whole series of Sam Show comments to understand what the fuck was going on there. And even then, yeah, I still don't know anything about this Shalom switch or whatever the fuck it's called. Where was here we go. Kevin Soundboard says the kosher switch, a.k.a. Shabbat switch, Shabbat switch, is a wall switch marketed to the observant Jewish market and institutions servicing this market as a means of controlling electricity on demand on Shabbat and Jewish holidays in a manner that is permissible according to some Orthodox authorities. 1, some reject it. 2, it is manufactured by Kosher Switch Technology. Okay, so it's a real thing. It's not a bit. It's not a gimmick. Sam Show says they reinvented a fucking light switch to trick God, Aaron. A fucking light switch. I have to ask you, is it okay for me to not care? Like, is it permissible for me to not give a shit about the kosher switch or the Shabbat switch or the Shabbos switch, whatever the fuck? Like, I don't understand why I need to give a shit. I don't care. I don't mean to not care, but it's like it's a guttural reaction I had to finding out about that switch. Like, sometimes you see something and it makes you go, "Blah!" I watched that and it just made me go, I'm bored. To the point where it's hard to transition into the next topic. Like, I feel like we went from, the Jim Ross stuff to the John Hamm stuff to the Tucker Carlson, Liz Colin stuff to the New York City stuff and the Liver King stuff, and everything was rolling really awesome. And now you sent me this switch and I have no idea what the fuck is going on. $5 from Kyler says, so no goal, LOL, glad you're back. Been a listener since day one on the radio. Don't know what I'd do without your show, man. Makes my morning, honestly. Thank you, buddy. No, we've pulled in, looks like over $1,000 today. So we're good on the goal for a while. I would say we're at about a grand. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you guys. But that makes it today, Monday, Tuesday night, today, Monday night, and Tuesday, I think are good. So could have another goal-free week next week. Thanks, guys. I got to say, my audience in the chat has a lot of fucking thoughts on the Shabbos switch. The only thing I know is that I don't roll during Shabbos. That's all I know. Stephen Bravo says, so the light switch that dims a light is a Shabbat? I have 5 of those here. Time to wear them out. Yeah, like I have faders on my wall. I didn't know that was kosher. Lil Connor Peterson says, first he doesn't care about Johnny's death. Now it's that Johnny's not dead. Once again. Sam Show says, you kosher switch loving homo. I don't care about the kosher switch. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $2 says the switch turned off the tomentum. Typical trickery from Samuel Schoenstein. Right? Sam Show, you completely butt-fucked the momentum for today. Now you know what's going to happen. What's going to happen now is they're all going to go, oh, he hits the goal and he fucks off and he mails it in and everything. No, I got sent the kosher switch and now I don't, what? Who gives a... It wasn't the fact that we've made a fuckload of money today and now I'm just going, tra-la-la, who gives a shit? I understand. Thank you, Angel Roll. I appreciate that. Kevin Soundboard says, I think Sam Show is obsessed with Jews because he loves them. Oh, God, don't do that. Don't do that. Why are you riling him up? See, now he just wrote, this is why Jews control the country. Why? Why is this? Toss Optic Nerve just writes, oh no. No, Stephen Bravo, Johnny is not dead. All right, we're going to move on. We're moving on to the next thing. It's a lawsuit of a YouTube prankster. He got banned from In-N-Out Burger. When are we going to decide that when we rebuild this world the way you and I want it to be, that we can start putting YouTube prank channels in prison? Or re-education camps, make them, here's what we'll do. We'll take the prank channels, we'll put them in a re-education camp, and we'll make them the mukbang people. Hey, who's that really big fat fuck who used to be a tiny gay guy? Now he's a giant fucking gay guy, and he eats shitloads of, what's that guy's name? What's he been up to? I was told that guy was going to die. Like he not only was he like super depressed and crazy and manic, but he was also like Das Optic Nerve just wrote, you with 3 question marks. I fucking walked right into that. I just went, who was that guy who used to be a skinny gay guy? Now he's a big fat gay guy. And it's just, they went, oh, you? Not even going to defend myself from that one, because how weird is it that I see it as a compliment that he thinks I was skinny once? It's kind of like in Tropic Thunder where they told Ben Stiller, somebody close to you said one more flop and it's over. And he went, somebody said they were close to me? They're saying he's yo-yo dieting into an early grave. What? You don't mind if I take a little detour today, do you? I mean, we've already done the Shabbat switch or whatever the fuck it is. Nickocado Avocado. So he's skinny again? So he just looks like a Twinkie gay dude. What
hey
the?
Everybody, welcome.
Wait a minute. This guy was like 400 fucking pounds. And now oh God, there's a dude kissing. Well, I didn't want to do this. So how long has he not been a fat fuck? For about a year. Okay. Oh my God.
I'm going to do my Walmart inventory check. And if you are a mother, that means you make milk. And if you make milk, you are a cow. Moo! Oh. Jeepers creepers. Are you a cow, Matilda? Are you a shrimp, Miranda Thrimp?
Okay, so he's fat and insane. And then in the next one, like a few months later,
2 steps ahead.
He's
that I am the villain. Stories that permeate and linger and infect the minds of the ants.
Okay. So it's not as interesting if he's just a crazy skinny gay dude. I don't like now just being a skinny gay dude eating a bunch of food. And if he had a bunch of surgeries, isn't like the whole mukbang thing going to like rip the staples and cause a shitload of problems? Stephen Bravo says he was on an Ozempic diet. Well, he had one video that said he had 4 surgeries at once. Well, look, I'm glad he's skinnier. I'm glad he's healthier, but clearly still insane. Shuli Madoff with $5 says, lay off the Velveeta cheese and maybe you'll lose a couple pounds, piggy. Thank you for just cutting right to the chase. Zen Man Builds with $1 says, clearly he's on the AIDS diet. Oh. You know, it was a good product and it got killed by unfortunate events. Yeah, now I don't give a fuck about this Brian Arnett, content creator with more than 600,000 followers. Apparently, he got himself kicked out of an In-N-Out, and now they're suing him because he impersonated a drive-thru employee, talking with customers as they pull up in their vehicles to order their food. The restaurant, however, is closed for Easter, leaving Arnett dressed in a red apron, white-collared shirt, and paper In-N-Out hat, simulating In-N-Out employee attire to lure in unsuspecting diners. Wait. So he like broke into an In-N-Out and was running their drive-thru? In the video, made private after publication. So yeah, okay, we can't see it. Made private after publication. Arnett pretends to take customer orders, offers non-existent menu items to some drivers, and gets confrontational with others. He asks one, I like watching my wife sleep with other men. Is that something you'd be interested in? Oh, he's wacky. At one point, he enlists the help of another person to pretend that a cockroach was found in an order, saying, we've had a pretty bad cockroach problem this week. Oh, boy. Later, the pair pretended that a condom had fallen into the meal. So In-N-Out has finally responded, filing a lawsuit in federal court on Friday, June 20th, that accuses Arnett of damaging the vaunted burger. Well, yes. Yeah. Oh, and then he responded to the lawsuit, and then he privated that video. So fucking YouTubers now are causing federal lawsuits. Arnett, In and Out. Can we get anything on Twitter? Are there any clips of this? Federal lawsuit after disguising as an In and Out employee in offensive prank videos. I don't see any clips. So nobody was able to get clips of this before he privated it. Well, shit. Yeah, I mean, you can't use another brand's name and pretend to be it and purport to be it to the public. And then, yeah, they're going to, I think they've got a pretty strong case here. Jesus. I think they've got a pretty strong case. Got to crack down on these IRL prank retards. Yeah, I mean, you do, or you just got to kind of give them enough rope to let them hang themselves. I mean, wait. All right, this distracted the fuck out of me. We got to play it. It's titled, She Knows Why They're Looking at Her. All right.
Okay, so I know the government's always watching us, right? NSA and all that. I have misplaced my phone, and if y'all could just, help a girl out and tell me where I put it, that would...
There you go. Hey, NSA, I've got giant tits. You want to spy on me? I mean, we already were, but, I mean, thanks for the permission. That's helpful. So it's just a shitty boobs joke. Fair enough. All right, let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. Thanks for being here, boys and girls. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville. Cheetos is a folk hero today. Look at that. Cheetos is a folk hero for throwing trolls out of Stoney's. It's probably good for them. You get in there when the bike crowd comes in. They ain't going to put up with any shit. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit them. Give Cheetos an old slap on the back. And remember to get your tickets to our big anniversary show. Oh, that's nice. That's good news. Our anniversary show coming up Saturday, July 20th. Anniversary show. Oh, that's nice. That's good news. Our anniversary show coming up Saturday, July 20th. Tournament's going to be first, then the comedy show. Get your tickets at eventbrite.com, or if you're a VIP, please make sure you email me your claim for your 2 tickets. We got a lot of tickets sold already and a lot of tickets claimed already. I just want to make sure that if you want to go and you're a VIP, you get your spot reserved. That's aaronimholtradio@gmail.com. Then we have the golf tournament on Sunday, July 27th. We got a bunch of tee times at Wapakata, and we're running our own tournament. People have been asking me, they're like, is Wapakata doing? No, Wapakata is just giving us tee times. We're running the tournament. Those guys are busy. They got a fucking golf course to run. Leave them alone. We've got hole sponsorships, $150 a pop, gets you a sign out at the hole. You can have a representative out at that hole, and you get 2 free entries into the tournament. Up to 2. You don't have to use them if you don't want to. Some people are using 1. Email me for that as well. Otherwise, get your tickets to both of those events at eventbrite.com. That's eventbrite.com. The top 10 spots in the tournament are going to win cash prizes. Top 10. You finish in the top 10, you're making at least $100. And then as you get into the top 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is going to be how the money is distributed. So, cash prizes for playing golf. Get the fuck out of here. We're also going to have a few prizes we're going to put everybody in for that we're going to draw for. I'm thinking of doing a TV for you guys. So get your tickets, eventbrite.com. Steel Toe 11th anniversary weekend. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, of course, tonight is bike night at Stoney's, and 250 cans. 250 cans at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, right on Broadway. Of course, this weekend, live music. They also have great acoustic performances throughout the summer at Stoney's Garage, there on the patio. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, Midland Armory, if you're looking for the whole suppressor process from start to finish, Midland Armory can take care of it for you. Whatever you need for carry, home defense, personal defense, hunting, sports shooting, they've got it all at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's midlandarmory.com. Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Trucks and wreckers, small enough for motorcycles, big enough for whatever you got, big enough for heavy duty equipment and everything in between. Nobody gets there quicker than All Care Towing. Put them in your phone, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Paul, thank you very much for the $5. He says, mail this one in. Some people would say that's what we do every single day. Somebody said Nickocado Avocado is on the protein enema diet. They're saying he gets fucked up the ass. Saying he gets fucked in the butt is what they're saying. People are asking, can they throw the golf ball for the tournament? I mean, you're going to have a hard time getting that past the other three people that are golfing with you, but best of luck. I feel like that would get tough towards the green. Like, even if you played hand wedge the whole 18, that could get kind of tricky towards the end. Angelica's doll says, awesome of Cheetos to have Aaron's back yesterday. Someone needed to do it. Oh, we had a lot of people. I mean, just so much support. I mean, you see it today even. But my inbox was fucking full of people just being... I mean, I was so touched by all the support. It was incredible. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate, again, all the support that you give this program. Looks like Fox News is trying to young it up a little bit. They're tired of their audience falling asleep at 6 in the afternoon. So Fox News is apparently hiring Brett Cooper as a Fox News contributor. If you don't remember Brett Cooper, Brett had a show on Daily Wire. You remember when Steven Crowder had that big blow up with Daily Wire about the shitty contract that he thought he was offered? And he started like recording all of those conversations with Jeremy Boring. And like he said, Jeremy Boring said, when we have these people work for us, they don't have much of a following. We give them a following. We pay them basically slave wages, and then they build up a following. And when their contract's up, they can leave. And then after they leave, they can kind of parlay the success they had here into their own thing. Well, Brett Cooper did that. And honestly, the Daily Wire has not been able to shake it off. They have not been doing that great since Brett Cooper left. Now, it's not just because Brett Cooper left. It's an amalgamation of a lot of different things. But she's one of the reasons. I mean, her channel now.
You all probably think that you know this.
Her channel now, the Brett Cooper channel, has 1.58 million subscribers. See, the thing is, when she left the Daily Wire, she didn't get to keep her channel. The Daily Wire owned Brett Cooper's channel. So she had to start her own thing. She got 1.58 million subscribers. All of her videos are doing anywhere from 250,000 to 800,000 views. So she's doing pretty well. And it looks like she uploads every 3 or 4 days. So she's doing all right. Now Fox News has decided they need to young it up a little bit. They're going to bring her in for cultural, social, and political commentary across all Fox News media platforms. This is interesting because you're starting to see the marriage of the internet and traditional media. You can see that TV has had it with these internet people taking bits and pieces out of their profit margins. So they're going to see if they can force a marriage of, because, you know, when it comes to tech, you're kind of beholden to YouTube's rules, and you also need donations and subscriptions and views, and like it's not very secure income. one bad thing can happen with Brett Cooper. She can be revealed to be, I don't know, she has a really right-wing, hardcore right-wing audience. So if they find out her boyfriend's black, like her viewership is going to go in the toilet. So she gets with Fox News. Fox News gets the rub of like a young, hip, multi-million subscriber having YouTuber on their channel, and maybe they'll tune in to watch her. She might even get her own show at some point. And then what Brett Cooper gets is a steady paycheck that isn't based on performance. She can get a little stipend from Fox News. That's what the internet needs from legacy media. And what Fox News gets is they get to borrow hip and they get to borrow cool in the conservative realm from YouTube. That's about what the marriage is. Is it going to stop traditional media from dying off? I don't know. I think traditional media will they'll have a slow decline and they'll settle in somewhere. I don't think they're going away. TV has its place. Until these streaming services start getting sports contracts, and I don't mean sports contracts like they have the Thursday night game. Like if they get the NFL contract, that might be, that's a huge blow to the death of television. But as far as news and commentary and shit like that, Fox is still a player. I think they'll continue to be a player. They just have to share the landscape with the Daily Wires and the Tucker Carlsons and people like that. So trying to snipe and trying to poach some of these internet personalities is not a bad idea. And as far as Brett Cooper goes, I'll be honest, I don't really get it. I don't understand what Brett Cooper's draw is. I mean, she seems like a nice enough lady, but she does a lot of she mixes the right-wing politics in with social commentary on pop culture issues. Like one of her big videos she just did, the feminists have turned against Sabrina Carpenter and Sydney Sweeney.
So Prince Harry has apparently had enough of people making fun of his wife. The feminists have had enough of the over-sexualization of women, and we've all had enough of incestuous Hollywood, and yet here we are. Now, guys, before we get into all of today's stories, I saw something on X this morning that made me laugh.
What, you're taking drugs? You're just taking drugs in the morning and just freaking out at you? Why? You don't you know?
Oh, no. Drugs will end you, son.
Young lady. Oh, Twitter. Oh, okay, we're good.
Hysterically, and so I just quickly inserted it in the show because I just have to talk to you about it. So as you guys know, if you've been watching me for a while, there is somebody on the internet that I just adore, and his name is Joey Swoll. And Joey Swoll is
I don't know who Joey Swoll is, but this better not be fucking lame. Remember, this is the new member of the Fox News contributor team. She's going to be on the 5, and I just realized that's where they're going to throw her. Because I don't think she's like her own Fox News show kind of a person, but they'll put her on the 5 and they'll try to young up the audience for that.
Fitness influencer who,
by the way, she's like 22 or something, and she's, oh God, the grift here. She's just doing like the 1946 housewife look. Like she's trying to dress and look 20 years older than she is. So she reminds everyone of the Stepford wife. Oh, I don't like when it's this sanitized and prepackaged and directed. It's just like there's an authenticity lacking with this person. You know what it is? She went to the school of Daily Wire. She went to the school of Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro. All their shit is a gimmick. She went to the college of Matt Walsh. Everything's a gimmick and a grift, and it's targeted to use the right buzzwords. It's not just stream of consciousness, you saying whatever you feel, having your opinions. What it is you crafting a look and then crafting an approach and using the right trigger words to get these people to like you.
basically goes after the bad actors at gyms, the people who make gyms uncomfortable for people like me, who did not grow up hitting the gym. I'm not, in tune with gym culture. Every time I go to the gym, I'm like, oh my God, are people staring at me? This is so weird. I don't know what I'm doing. He protects people like me. And the way—
Do they have a tanning bed at your gym by chance? Not for any reason, just making conversation.
that he does this is by responding to videos online that these bad actors post. So it might be a girl that is like half naked at the gym and she's like, oh my God, this creep is staring at me. And he makes a video and he's like, I'm sorry, no, he's not. You literally have your boobs out and your ass out. Like, cover up,
Okay,
please.
Okay, so she's Daily Wire-ified. Okay, so I get what her gimmick is. So Fox News can put her on, and then they can go, see, the kids are all right, and she's got old school conservative values. So she won't offend any of the elderly. She'll be like, oh, she's basically a 67-year-old in a 22-year-old's body. Okay. That I understand. That's why Fox News wants her. HBEP says she's considered a young, attractive woman who says things conservatives like with a platform. That's all it takes. That's my thing. Like, it seems so put on. It doesn't seem like when I watch Tucker Carlson, I feel like I'm getting Tucker Carlson. When I watch Dave Smith, I'm getting Dave Smith. When I watch Brett Cooper with the pearls and the old lady clothes and the old-timey hair and the, oh boy, these girls with their boobs are out. Shouldn't they be in burqas? Jesus Christ. She would never say Jesus Christ. It's just, nobody's like that. Like, there are people who want you to think you're like that, and that seems like such a burden, because when you position yourself as something good and pure, there's only one place you can go. Right the fuck down with the rest of us. So like there's this danger in not being authentic. And I understand there's a danger in being authentic because you'll put a lot of people off. You'll be very divisive, but that can work for you too. But when you do that thing where it looks like you were in makeup for an hour before your show and you were in wardrobe and you were trying to when everything you do is trying to convey a message to get people to think a certain way, there's something so dishonest about that. I can't get behind it. I can't get past it, Like, if someone's just giving me the straight shit and I know that what they're saying is what they feel, even if I disagree with it, I find that person to be intriguing. But when I watch you and I see the gimmick before you open your mouth, it's just, I can't invest in what you're saying. Mind All Must Like Brett Cooper says, man, y'all are a tough crowd. Maybe I'm overanalyzing. Maybe I sit so close to this shit every day for 4 hours a day that maybe I'm overthinking it. 09 Canyon says, nothing wrong with being pale. All colors are beautiful. My girl's nice and tan. That's all I'll say about that. Nice and tan. I'm not against the whitey look. I mean, translucency is a problem, but Twisted Question Mark says her and her hubby have a big ranch and they're having their first baby. She's adorable. Yeah, but she's trying to be adorable. That's what okay, it's time. Look, if we need to have an intervention, let's have an intervention. Am I too jaded? If I am, just tell me right now, no hurt feelings. But I just feel like with a Brett Cooper, I'm getting manipulated. Like I watch a Brett Cooper and I go, God, I wish you would tell me what you really think, because I feel like this is directed at a particular person and you're trying to get them to hit the feeder pedal. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Red Scoper says it's an obvious grift. Bo Beardington gifting a membership on YouTube. Thank you so much, you sweetie pie, you fucking cutie. Guys, with the Jewish stuff, Jesus, I wanted analysis here. I didn't want your fucking biases. Twisted Question Mark says, yeah, yes. Okay, they're saying that I'm maybe watching it a little too closely. They're saying that maybe I'm overanalyzing. Maybe I also don't trust her because she came from the Ben Shapiro content farm. And that's why I don't trust her. I'm, kind of like I'm putting too much of that Ben Shapiro juju on her. I still don't know anything about this Joey Swoll. People say Joey Swoll is one of those guys who shames people for being shitty at the gym. Well, look, we've made a fuckload of money today. We can mail it in. No, I'm kidding. Let me take a quick look at what Joey Swoll does. Oh, you know what? I've seen this guy, CEO of Gym Positivity. Okay. Oh, these are just like 1-minute clips? All right. Oh, fuck off. Dude, honestly, fuck you so much. I'm just at the gym. Why are people look? Look, if you want to dress like that at the gym and then people stare at you and you're like, and you're kind of like tee-hee about it, okay, that's fine. You know, look, everybody likes to be told they're pretty. Some people like to be looked at. Some people like to be ogled over. You know, there's some people who are exhibitionist in that way. But if you don't put your tits in their face. Like it's almost like if you're crunching something really loud in someone's ear and they go, "Would you fucking stop?" And they go, "Oh, so I'm not allowed to eat. I should just starve to death." It's like, come on. There's levels to this. She's looking over at these people because they're not looking at her. She's mad that these guys aren't staring at her tits so she can complain about something.
I really can't stand these creators that do this nonsense. You go out looking for attention just so you can film someone looking at you to post it online, to feel special about yourself or act as if you're important. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. That man is not looking at you because he thinks you look good. As a man,
is that a number 5 on there? Is bro wearing a Victor Oladipo Indiana shirt? If so, fucking respect, dude. I like, you know, there's a pride in jerseys lasting a long time. I have a Ray Allen Sonics jersey that I wore in high school. Wouldn't be middle school, wouldn't fit. That I wore in high school that I still have. And I have a Troy Bell Boston College jersey that I won from unscrewing a Mountain Dew cap during the NCAA tournament one year that I still have. There's something about basketball jerseys making it a long time that it means something.
Matter of fact, he looks very uncomfortable. He even moves out of the way because he doesn't want to be filmed. And you still post this anyway. Did you ever stop to think for 1 second how that man would feel seeing this video on the internet? You know, not everybody wants their face all over social media. I don't know if that man is able to sue you or if there's any legal repercussions, but there should be. Until then, you get me. You need to do better.
So that's what Joey Swoll does. Okay, so he doesn't like hoe culture at the gym. Would that be a good way to put it? Rage bait to the max. And he does about 100K a video. Good for him. Rage bait to the max. How long until a man helps me with my suitcase in Paris? Okay. Now, wait a minute. So, what's the premise here? Is she a strong, independent woman? But she's a strong, independent woman, but men should help her with her suitcase? Or, you know, I should be fair. Or is she not? Is she like, hey, where did chivalry go? If her whole bit is like, where did chivalry go? Why won't someone help me with my suitcase? Okay, I get that. But if she's doing the playing both sides of the fence, also, I'll tell you why nobody's helping you with your suitcase. Because nowadays, if you try to be nice to a woman, you're a creep. And they don't want to be looked at as a creep. They don't want you to, maybe the reason they won't help you with your suitcase is because they don't want to be filmed and put on the internet in case they don't carry your suitcase up the stairs the right way. Get your workouts in and prep to get that bag, sis. We can't wait for these men to safe us. Also, guess who offered me a seat in the metro while all the men that walked past me were staring at their phones? A woman. Well, fuck us, I guess. We're just all evil bastards.
I'm so sick and tired of this rage bait content. putting all this negativity out in the world, acting as if there aren't good people anymore. And the worst part about this is you try and use it as an advertisement of why women should go to the gym. That they should get stronger for what? So they can bash men? Seriously? And let me tell you why no man stopped to help you. It's not because you're a woman. It's because you have an entire film production set up in front of a busy stairway.
That's true. Like if you see a camera, like if the camera is in plain sight, which apparently it looks like it is, and you help that woman, you're kind of an idiot. Because that totally looks like some kind of a setup. You know, best case scenario, it's like a candid camera thing. Like, we're having a good time. Worst case scenario, they're going to find a way to shit on men if you help her with her suitcase. I would help a woman with her suitcase if she was struggling. If she didn't have a fucking camera on me, 100% I'd help her out. And then SP would go, why the fuck did you help her out? I like it when your girl gets a little territorial.
I mean, can you imagine you set up your tripod, your camera, your ring light, whatever?
Hey, only if I'm excited. Am I right? Who says I can't do morning zoo humor anymore? Better get used to it. It's going to be that way for about the next 3 years.
Use just so you can stand there and act like you're waiting for a man to carry that suitcase up and down the stairs time and time again till you get the perfect take? Here's a crazy idea. If you really need some help, just ask somebody. I guarantee that someone will stop and help you.
Dude, like the first person. Like if you're some girl and you're like, I can't get my suitcase up the stairs. Like literally the first person you ask is going to help you. And especially, dude, ask a fat guy because they're so excited to show you that they're big and strong. Honestly.
But no, you'd rather post this video, try to make yourself out to be a victim, which you're not, just to get some likes and attention at the expense of men.
I got to be honest with you. I think I'm going to start really liking this guy because he like confirms a lot of my biases. Such a shitty reason to like somebody. I'm sorry, but I'm human. And I think I might like this guy just because he confirms a lot of what I believe, if that makes sense. Mindall is becoming one of my favorite new listeners, although I don't know if I can. YouTube might not be happy if I read that one. They don't like the D word. Twisted question mark says, good for SP. She knows you. Yeah, she does. SP knows me very, very, very well. She, why'd you help her with her suitcase? Well, she looked like she needs some help. You like her? Look, when you're a guy like me who's, I've not always been the most faithful guy in the world. You're going to draw some skepticism from the person you're with. I think that's healthy. I think that's fine. Kaiju Koshi says if she was in Georgia, there'd be 5 black guys helping her. They might see if, one of the zippers are loose and if, it might be a 20 in there. Who knows? But Soylent Goy says single moms and toxic male bashing culture raising boys, then complain about the outcome. That's a really good point. Single moms raising these boys, telling them men ain't shit, men ain't shit, men ain't shit. And then all of a sudden they complain that men aren't men anymore and men don't, stand up and men don't take charge. It's like, well, they had a woman beating them down for 18 years. What do you want? No, Red Scoper, I did not say that I'm attracted to Joey Swoll. That is not what I said. By the way, if I didn't thank Bo Beardington, thank you, buddy. Okay, we're going to get into the latest Carmelo Anthony stuff. There's been a bit of a development on that end. We'll get to that in a little bit. We got a little over an hour left in today's show. I don't know if it's the energy drinks lately. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's it might be nerves, might be stress. But let's just say that I've been a threat to come back with my shirt inside out quite a bit lately. I'll be right back. Great show still ahead. We got a lot we probably aren't going to get through everything today. Over $1,000 today. Again, thank you guys so much for how unbelievably generous you and thank you, Steven, for the giant drop in. I appreciate it. If you guys still want to drop in, everything's going to like Tuesday or Wednesday at this point. Thank you. More in a moment. Right on time. Look at that. I had something I was going to tell you, and now I forgot. Fuck my ass. God damn it. It wasn't important. It was just a small conversational thing. We were going to chat for a minute. Oh, I'm wearing very short shorts today. So I got some, I ordered some new golf shorts. I got the kids today. I can't go golfing, but I ordered some new golf shorts and they came in and I have terrible news. They're too short. I know the camera angle is low. Should I stand up on the chair? My new golf shorts are far too short. There you go. Yeah, this is, oh no. Oh, I'm turning. Oh boy. Oh shit. Oh, okay. This isn't good. So you can see, there's my knees right there. That's too short. I need shorts that go at least to here. This is a little too, I don't know. I feel nude. I feel naked. Sorry. Soylent Goy says, no. Cottonwood 7-inch homo shorts. No, they're not booty shorts, for God's sake. Brett Mack says they're fine. Tronanon says small helmet. My shit is so tucked into my nice, what do they call them? Sport sack support or something. I have boxers that have like it gives your balls extra support so your balls don't like have problems. It's a real thing. Like your balls, like you can have, especially if you're, I don't want to say athletic, like in that way, but like I go to the gym a lot and I box and stuff like that. One thing boxers can get, this is true, look it up. Boxers get what's called varicoceles. And varicoceles are where like nerve bundles form in your balls and they twist up and they hurt like a motherfucker. I got them one time. I got varicoceles one time. And when Sacks. Thank you, Tronanon. Yes, sacks are what I'm wearing. And they support so that you don't, it shields you from kind of that varicoceles. That, and there's one other kind of, not boxers, but boxer briefs that I wear that are supported for the ball sack. And in boxing, you can get those varicoceles if you're, bunching up, if you're whatever. So I wear those so I don't get varicoceles again, because I swear to God, I thought I had ball cancer at one point. This is like 10 years ago, probably about 10 years ago, 10 years ago. I thought I had ball cancer because I had this lump in my left scrot, not the actual ball, but the scrot. I had a big knot in my scrot, and it hurt like a motherfucker. I had to go to I put it off as long as I could. I finally went to the doctor, and they're like, yeah, you've got varicoceles. I'm like, what's that? They're like, your nerves are all tied up. So you got to take, so basically it's because of swelling and shit. So I had to take a bunch of Advil, and eventually they just worked themselves loose. It's bad news. If you've never had varicoceles, it's no fun. I was just happy it wasn't torsion. You don't want testicular torsion is bad news bears. That's really bad. Twisted Questions Mark says, my husband got that too. Renegger says, quit twisting your balls, you queer. I don't know how it happens, but you got to make sure those things are supported and good. And I got some supported nuts, Kaiju Koshi says, I know a father and son who both had to have nut torsion surgery as kids, even though they say it's not hereditary. What? Renegger says, so you let the dude speed bag your ball? No, I didn't let a dude speed bag my balls. And Occam's Machete, thank you for the $2. No, that is not. No, that wasn't a thing. Thank you, J Boo Stew, for the $2 as well. I've never heard it's the underwear, not a tiny dick. No, I told him he couldn't see my dick. Well, that doesn't help that. That doesn't help that part. I meant my dick is all tucked in nice. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is my dick's just not flopping around inside my pants. It's in its own space. My dick is laying nice. Dick lines up like this. You got balls on either side. I got a nice arrangement going on right now. Dago Doesn't Die says it's from teabagging. It's not. I really, when I had that varicoceles thing, I really did think that I had nut cancer. I was really starting to freak the fuck out. All right, we found out yesterday that Carmelo Anthony is not going to be facing the death penalty, and that's good because it is a shame the Nuggets never got a ring during that time. I just don't think the guy should be killed over it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the Carmelo Anthony that stabbed a white kid. Different Carmelo. C-K. Carmelo with a C played basketball. Carmelo with a K. Antagonized a bunch of white kids and then murdered one of them. The 17-year-old accused of killing a fellow teen at a track meet earlier this year will not face the death penalty. Something the alleged victim's father doesn't exactly seem happy about. Wow. So his dad was not, he wants this kid fucking dead. He's, there's holding the, like people take a couple different tacks when something like this happens. Sometimes they'll go, I just want my son's memory to be honored and I just want this person to be put away. And they don't want the death penalty because they feel like it's like, it puts them above it all, which is cool. That's great. And then there's some guys who are a little more Old Testament and they're like, no, he killed my fucking son. Murder him. Kill that guy. What's his name? Austin's dad is more on the, let's kill this motherfucker back kind of a thing. Anthony was formally indicted on one count of first-degree murder Tuesday over his alleged role in an April 2nd stabbing at a high school track meet. And a short time after the charge was announced, law enforcement sources explained to TMZ Sports the death penalty will not be in play. They're told, in addition to prosecutors simply not seeking it, at just 17 years old, Anthony is also too young to be the subject of the punishment. Look, I know how this audience feels about this case. I get it. I know I'm going to be called a pussy and a bitch and whatever for it. I really do think that we shouldn't make it a habit to execute 17-year-olds. I mean, think of the most impulsive, awful shit you did at 17, and if you were kind of in your right mind when you did it. I'm not saying this kid shouldn't go to, I mean, he should go to prison for at least 40 years, you know, which is, in a lot of places, that's what a life sentence is. It's 40 years. So I'm not saying that shouldn't be the case. I just don't know if you kill the kid, you know? It seems like a bad look. That's all I'm saying. Like, what he did was horrible. What he did was awful. He'll be found guilty. I don't even think it'll get to that point anyway. I think they'll give him some kind of second-degree murder plea. He'll take that. You know, they'll say, hey, you'll have a chance of getting out of prison someday. Why don't you just take that deal? But I really don't think that the death penalty is the way to go. McBuster says, if this was 300, Aaron would have been cast out for his deformities. I would not have been sent to the cliffs for having some ball knots, for God's sake. Mindall says he killed in cold blood. He deserves the firing squad. Which state is that brought back the firing squad? Was that a Kentucky thing? Somebody brought it back. And fuck. It's pretty hardcore. They've used it already, too. Soylent Goe says, if that was my son that was stabbed to death, I'd want the killer back out on the street. No, I'm saying. No, I don't. Well, he is out, right? Like, he raised the money for the bail, and he paid it, and he's out. Brian says, fuck around and find out. Okay. A lot of people believe in the execution thing, that he should just, cleanse this whole thing with blood and be done with it, life for a life. I get that. Doggo Doesn't Die says, yeah, but by the time they execute him, he'll be 40. That's a good point. Yeah, you won't be 17 when they finally get to doing it. That's true. Fauci's Pangolin says 40 years of getting butt fucked should help. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, our penal system is a fucking joke. Like, as I'm standing around, so I paid my thing yesterday, and I was standing around at their main table there, like signing stuff and getting ready to go. And there's a guy in there, and he's banging his head against the thing, and like, he's clearly mentally ill. And while I'm standing there, I'm like, this is not doing anything for that guy. Like, in terms of him being a danger to society and somehow getting better, like, this isn't helping. This is just, you're putting him you're grounding him. Essentially, I'm like, none of this, like, there was one person who like put shit on their camera, and it's like, this is a fucking madhouse. Like, none of this. I don't like how our system goes like, oh, it's for rehabilitation or what. It's not. It's just I don't mind the way they do it if it's, cost efficient and, it gets certain people off the street, but like, don't do that sanctimonious bullshit where you go, oh, it's so they can become a better, more productive member of society. No, I think it was Dostoevsky who said that a great deal about society can be learned by observing its prisoners. And I think that's very, very true, because even though I was only there for like 45 minutes to an hour, like, you observe the prisoners and you observe, and like, all the guards and the people who work there are totally cool. Some of them steel-toe people, but like, just the way that we treat and handle prisoners tells you, it does explain a lot about our society in general. Yes, a lot. Look, I'm scrolling through the chat right now. They want this Carmelo Anthony to get the death penalty. No mercy. Oh, they're telling me South Carolina and Georgia brought back firing squads. Okay. Because I think Kentucky did it too. I think Kentucky has started with that whole deal. Could give him the old drowning in the lake thing. Works every time, says Lil Connor Peterson. You also find out if they're a witch or not. That's the funniest thing about the Salem witch trials is they went, all right, if they're a witch, they float and then we'll kill them. if they're not a witch, they'll sink and they might die. It's like, well. Now, if they sank, they went and got him. They didn't just let him drown. It wasn't like a damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. They did go get you, but it is kind of funny. Mindall says he fucked up the minute he killed that kid. Nothing in his life is going to be good now. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. That's pretty accurate. No, Red Scoper, I don't think they were. They didn't really seem like the engaged type. Too hard on Twisted Question Mark says too hard on some, too soft on most. I didn't know. I just think it just doesn't do what its stated mission is. Like, just change what the mission is and that'll be fine. I just SP goes, here we go. SP says, I have like 3 pairs of your golf shorts. You ordered more? Ass. No, I mean like order, like I got these from Goodwill, I think. These are those short. Remember, baby, those short shorts that I got at Goodwill? I didn't know they were short shorts. I just saw shorts, like golf shorts. I was like, these are nice looking golf shorts. And then I got home and I tried them on after I washed them because I don't want to try on Goodwill shorts. And they turned out to be, thigh highs. Not good. You had varicocele in 2018. Okay. No. The varicocele I had weren't from boxing. They were from, I don't know how I got them the first time. But if you box, you are more liable. You are more open to getting them. So I don't want them again. Like, I'm doing a thing that raises the possibility of me getting a thing I've had again that was way no fun. Way no bueno. Thank you very much to Paul with the $5. Rebecca with $10 says, this is for your sexy shorts, Aaron. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I like that people like my sexy shorts. $5 from Dr. Silverwolf says, easiest way to test for a witch is weight. If they weigh as much as a duck, they are a witch because witches are made of wood. See, I didn't know that either. I'm learning a lot about ducks and witches. $1.99 from Coyote NV says Vikings have interest in cousins. Well, I hope not. We don't do incest here. That would be cool. I'd bring him back as our backup. Vikings pressured to bring back Kirk Cousins for troubling reason. Oh no, he's got cancer. Vikings predicted to add $180 million quarterback to compete with J.J. McCarthy. Vikings and Saints predicted as potential trade rumors for Cousins. Well, the thing with Cousins is that what Atlanta wants is cap relief for this year because they owe Cousins a shitload of money. So basically what the Vikings would have to do is we have like $25-30 million of cap space. We'd give Atlanta $20 million in cap cash. They would give us Cousins and hopefully like a 4th round pick. It's basically, this was a deal that was done for Brock Osweiler a long time ago. I think it was Denver that signed Brock Osweiler to a ridiculous deal. And then Houston or somebody, like Denver needed to unload the deal. Houston had a lot of cap space. So Houston gave Denver tens of millions of dollars. But they said, for this cap space, we want more than just this busted flop of a quarterback you're giving us. And Denver, and I could have this backwards, Denver said, all right, let us give you like a 2nd round pick or whatever it was. So it wasn't a bad deal because Houston didn't need the cap space that year. And they got to take a quarterback who knows, he could have ended up finding his stroke again. But they also got a draft pick out of the deal. So it's not a bad way. If the Vikings wanted to go that route, the only problem with that would be that if J.J. McCarthy struggles even a little bit with the talented roster we have, I don't want people booing our rookie quarterback and begging for Kirk Cousins to come in. I don't want that. Fauci's Pangolin says they give us $20 million and they gave us $20 million and a 1st rounder. Wait, for Brock Osweiler, they gave you a 1st rounder as well? Hold on a minute. I need to check that. I'm sure you're right because it's your team. Brock Osweiler trade. Texans trade Brock Osweiler. Oh, no, they traded him to the Browns, not the Broncos. The Texans are trading quarterback Brock Osweiler to the Browns, a move that will take Osweiler's $16 million guaranteed salary off of Houston's books. Cleveland also will receive the Texans' second-round pick and sixth-round pick. Houston will get a fourth-round pick and save $10 million in salary cap space and $16 million in cash this season. So, Osweiler and a fourth-round pick for $10 million in cap space, a second-round pick. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I'm fucking this up so bad. I apologize, guys. See, this is why you don't give me money so early. Houston gave up Osweiler, a second-round pick, and a sixth-round pick, and in return got a fourth-round pick and $10 million in cap space. Oof. That's that right there is the consequence of making a shitty deal. That's what that is. Crowder Wears Panties says Osweiler, more like Assweiler. It's a good one. It's a good one. King Kong Dong says, how about the Vikings history with the Eagles? You gave us a first for him. Now, we built your Super Bowl team. If I think the Eagles need to be kind of brought down a peg or two, you guys understand that if Teddy Bridgewater's leg doesn't explode, you guys never win a Super Bowl in 2017. The Vikings had to have their quarterback's fucking leg fall off so that we then had to panic and send you 2 high draft. I think we sent you a first and a second. And you gave us Sam Bradford, who, God damn it, man. Sam Bradford, I'm going to be brutalized for this one. This is going to sound like Minnesota Homer talk. If Sam Bradford's knees weren't made of candy canes, the Minnesota Vikings would have won the Super Bowl in 2017. The guy was so fucking good. Bradford, his whole career, was so talented, but his knees kept melting in the sun like butter. That's what was the problem with Sam Bradford. Nothing wrong with his game. The guy was killer. He was really good. So do the Vikings have interest in Cousins? I mean, that's the rumor. Unless we could get, if we could get an Osweiler deal, why not? Inquiries about the golf tournament. I have to answer these questions. Ryan the Garbage Man says, are those LPGA golf shorts? Oh, maybe that was the problem. I was wearing LPGA shit. My bad, dog. My bad. Oh, thank you, my lost interest. I appreciate that. And you are right. There we are. I just like it. When people send me really nice things, I like to respond as quickly as possible. All right, Aaron, we're never fucking giving you money again early. Ever. Ever. Keep going. King Kong Dong says, how did the 2017 playoffs end for the Vikings? Minneapolis Miracle, and then the whole team died in a plane crash. That's how I'm choosing to remember it. Thank you very much. We beat the Saints, and then we were robbed of our opportunity to play for the Super Bowl because the whole team died in a plane crash, and we had to rebuild it with Kirk Cousins in 2018. That's what happened. You guys want to see, I don't know how many of you have kindergarten or first grade age children. I have a kindergartner. That's my youngest. I'm starting to get to that parental point where, I'm kind of watching the last semblance of cute baby, part of your kid. And now they're getting into being a kid thing with my kindergartner. It's so it's my last one. I don't know if I'm going to talk SP into further in the progeny. Hey, you know how we're within a decade of, all of our kids being all grown up and everything? You want to start over? Probably not. But like my youngest is just graduated kindergarten. And it's like she's still the cutest little thing. She's still so adorable. But like you can kind of like, you've had 2 other ones. And you know that the 6-year-old is starting to grow out of the last of the, babyish kind of era. Still adorable kid. Still loves her dad very, very much. She's very clingy at times. But, that's always a rough one. But, then you have the 11-year-old, and you're watching the 11-year-old get so smart, and she's such a funny kid. So you're like, you know what? You don't lose something. It just turns into something else. Shit, now I got to say something nice about my son. That's not good. You can't. That's the problem with having 3 kids, is that you say something nice about 2, and you're like, well, shit, obviously I love the other one, but now am I forcing myself to say something nice about them, or do I mean it? He's hilarious. He's the funniest kid I know. And he is way too much like me. Way too much like me. We were at a campground this past weekend, and he's in the pool, and the pool was kind of shit. Like this campground we went to, the owners are not taking care of it as well as they should, and a lot of the seasonal campers there are very frustrated. And my son gets out of the pool, and I've got my toes in the hot tub water. And there's a couple people in our group, and there's some strangers in there. My son walks over to the hot tub, and he just starts going, and he's 8. And he walks over and he starts going, this pool would be a lot better if they made it more circular instead of rectangular. And it's really not big enough for the amount of people we need to have in there. Look at all this space they have over that way. They could remove this fence. They could build out over there. They could have more of a pool. And like my mother overhears this, and she's looking at me, and I'm laughing my ass off. And she goes, oh my God, he's you. And I'm like, I can't help it. My son is like pointing out all the redecorations, and like he's ready to like apply for a general manager job so he can just tell these fucking morons what they need to do with their campground. And he's not even saying it in a mean way either. It's just very matter of fact. Mindall says kindergarten is scary, not just you being a parent being scary. Oh, okay. King Kong Dong says Cousins agent robbed 3 NFL franchises. I was happy with Kirk Cousins' production while he was here. I was happy. Mike, thank you for the $4.99. Sorry that, I don't do the kind of show that you're looking for. I'm sorry, buddy. And $5 from J Boo Stew. That's very funny. Thank you very much. So anyway, the reason I bring up the fact that I have a kindergartner is because I want to show you one of this nation's kindergarten teachers, and not like private school or anything like this. This is your regular run-of-the-mill public school kindergarten teachers. This is who's going to be teaching your kids. First of all, septum piercing, we already know. I mean, there could not be a bigger red flag. Ryan the Garbage Man says, my youngest turned 14 this year. I truly miss the kindergarten and preschool years. Yeah, especially if they grow up and they're dumb. No, I'm just kidding. No, they get smart, and there's new things, and it's nice, but yeah, that like preschool kindergarten era, they're awesome. All right, let's go to this. Let's take a look at this, guys. Don't judge a book by the cover just because they have a septum piercing and they seem, like they should be medicated. This is who's going to be teaching your kindergartner next year.
Happy Pride. We celebrate.
All right, there we go. Off to a great start so far. Happy Pride. Wait a minute. It's late June. What the fuck are we doing in a classroom that has shit all over the boards? Like, go home. This is part of your vacation.
Happy Pride. We celebrated Pride Month in our kindergarten classroom by making our very own pride flags filled with attributes of things we are proud of about ourselves.
Wait a minute. Go back. This is hers. So she has a rainbow flag and it lists things she's proud of. Guys, I hate to be a white man on this one, But I want you to tell me if you notice what I notice about this pride flag. Let me just say, would Mr. Imholt be allowed to have this same pride flag as Miss Sin? I'm proud of my family, my Chinese culture, my school community,
we are proud of about ourselves.
Damn it, woman, don't
We're
put your
proud of about
fucking
we are proud of
captions
about
on it.
ourselves. First, filter
My dancing skills, my love of reading, and my skin color. Just throw it in our faces. Like, really. Especially as a white man. Just throw it in my face. Just make that pride flag, instead of different colors, have it just be the letters FUCKYOU. Please. It would be so much more, like, it would let me know how you feel. Because I'm going to make one for Mr. Imholt. I'm proud of my family, my European culture, my school community, my dancing skills, my love of reading, and my skin color. I would like to see, do they let me finish out the day at that school, or do they just make me clean out my desk in between third and fourth period? That's what I'd like to, or do they just usher me out with security and say they'll clean out my desk and get my stuff to me? Like, how, it's not, would I be fired for making this same thing? Would I get to finish out the day, or how fired would I be?
with attributes of things we are proud of about ourselves. First, we read some stories about the origin of the pride flag.
Well, you see, kids, a bunch of people wanted to butt fuck each other and make it honest. They used to just get together in underground clubs and have eightsomes. And they did that so much that a new disease got created. So then after that, people were really fucking upset about the debauchery and the degeneracy. So they all started to get together and say that everyone had to stop criticizing them and tell them how fucking awesome they are. Then we guilted enough people into doing that they then said, hey, you know that thing that for thousands and thousands of years you guys have been doing so that you could reproduce and have children? Yeah, we want to do that too. Yeah, I know we can't have children together, but we can adopt, and that should be allowed too. And they bullied people, and they yelled at people, and they called them names until people gave up on their Christian heritage and beliefs and just let them do whatever they wanted. And instead of that being the end of the line, after that, what we did was we kept shaming those people if they didn't let their kids watch us shake our dick and balls in a little banana hammock at a parade. They were called hateful. And that's where our story's at right now.
Then we watched a video about what each of the colors of the pride flag means, like how red means life, orange means healing. Then as a class, we came together and we came up with a list of things that we're proud of about ourselves, like our names, our cultures, our languages, things that we're really good at. And they got to pick 6 of their favorite attributes about themselves.
See, now these are beautiful. Like the kids, my piano skills, live in a house. I'm proud of my family. I'm proud of my heart words. I hope that doesn't say heartworms. That's something you shouldn't be proud of. My friends and being me. Now, those are great answers. My country. Oh, that kid's fucking suspended. My school teacher, my piano skills, my family, my school, my friends. That's wonderful. That's lovely. I think that that's just fantastic.
They added into their own pride flag. They picked colors that meant something to them, and we wrapped up by talking about the importance of celebrating all the things that make us who we are and celebrating the diversity in our community. Happy Pride.
I don't know what that has to do with things like community. I don't know what that has to do with like adding. I don't know what it has to do with subtracting. I don't know what it has to do with reading but hey, she got to shoehorn it in there, I guess. Mega Princess says she's proud of her yellow skin. Yeah, just change that to white. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure that'll be okay. I want to know. Oh, yeah. 09 Canyon says, I want to know what she wrote first before she covered it up with a sticker and wrote school. That's a good point because, yeah, she did say, I'm proud of my school community. I wonder if it said like trans community or something. And the school's like, hey, fucking take it easy. All right. Calm down. Take it easy. This is this the 700 Club? Said Doggo doesn't die. Well, it's just that, look, I don't care if people are proud of, all of their, like, be proud of everything. That's fine. Be proud of all of that stuff. It's great. It's aces. But just, like, don't set a double standard. Don't go like, all right, when this, because also it not only is going to make people resentful, like the people you don't let write it, but the people you do let write it, it kind of like it sort of placates them. It's kind of demeaning to them in a way because you're going like, oh, yes, you absolutely can be proud. Yeah, but not you, you piece of shit. You're already so advanced from everybody. You shouldn't be proud. It's like, I don't feel advanced from them. They're the same as me. And there's nothing wrong. I think them being proud of who they are is wonderful. I should be proud of who I am. It's kind of that soft bigotry of low expectations in a way. Ryan the Garbage Man writes, great show so far, boss. Well, thank you. You guys have energized me. We're way the fuck ahead for next week. And I can't thank you guys so much. A lot of people have thrown in a considerable amount of money. And Steven, of course, throwing in that 800 today. That's just far too kind. Far too kind. And I appreciate it so much. Holy shit. We are $20 away from 1200 today. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Do you guys remember that church shooting that was stopped this weekend? You probably didn't hear too much about the story because a good guy with a gun stopped a bad guy with a gun. That's not usually as sexy as person successfully murders 14 people and was known to law enforcement. But this guy, Jay Trombley, a member of the Cross Point Community Church in Wayne, Michigan, helped prevent a large-scale mass shooting. And I've got to warn you, you're really going to like this guy. This is an ABC News interview that Jay did.
It was muscle memory to go to take care of the threat, to protect the family.
And Jay Trombley, a member of the church's security team, did just that.
Why is it the guys with the most intimidating, unique mustaches are the nicest fucking guys in the world? Like the guys who look most like the Wyatt Earp mustache are always the nicest guys in the world. Like, it's just like you see him and he looks like Zeb Coulter. And you're like, oh my God, this guy's going to be a problem. And he's like, I want to welcome you into our home, brother in Christ. And you're like, am I being fucking, is this guy going to beat me up? But like, he's going to be really nice to me first.
Striking and killing an active shooter Sunday morning. Those inside the church first alerted by the suspect's gunfire.
We heard what turned out to be 10 shots, and it sounded just like a jackhammer. So we heard that. Everybody kind of paused in the church for a moment.
Moments of confusion quickly turning to...
So he was just like firing blind into the church. Okay, I thought maybe he came in and he was shooting at people. And when he came in shooting at people, this guy dropped them. So this guy was outside just firing into the building.
Chaos. Dustin Fiocco recounting the living nightmare at Cross Point Community Church.
Dustin Fiocco.
31-year-old Brian Browning, armed with a pistol and a semi-automatic rifle, arrived at the campus and fired on the church.
I don't know if it's worse if it's a stranger who has no connection to the church and just decides randomly to attack a church, or if it's worse when you know the person who does it.
Maybe this is an uncommon opinion. It doesn't matter to me. That's it. That, like, whether he was a member of the church or not a member of the church, like a guy shows up and just starts firing shots into your door and into your window. I mean, it's neutralized the threat. I feel terrible about either one.
So I had very mixed feelings.
Pastor Bobby Kelly says he and others tried to minister.
You know what, dude? You know, you got a guy shooting at you. You got a guy firing bullets. Boom, your security guard takes him out, dude. Sorry. If you're an old Opie and Anthony fan, I'm such a fucking nerd for doing that. That is such an embarrassing fucking dork thing to do. But I love that the pastor's name is Bobby Kelly. You know what, dude? We got security. You come in here, you try to shoot people. Boom, they're going to take you down.
To Browning months prior. Browning's mother was baptized at Cross Point and on occasion attended worship services there.
Initially, my thoughts is you think, what can I have done differently? You know, is there something that I missed?
Could have celebrated Pride. I didn't see any Pride flags out there, bro. So maybe you'll think twice before being so intolerant.
That's your initial thoughts, but I have to trust that the Lord allowed this to happen and protected us from it.
And that divine providence, Kelly says, showed up in a myriad of ways, from the church deciding months prior to not hold its worship service outside that day, to the kids at its vacation Bible school being in the church sanctuary during the shooting.
They would.
Nice. Okay, so that everyone was pretty much safe. And then it is kind of awesome that a guy with Wyatt Earp facial hair ended up taking the guy down, too. It's a little too fitting.
Would have been walking right through our lobby.
What did George W. Bush know about this shooting in advance?
And would have been engaged by this suspect.
To a deacon arriving late, spotting Browning and hitting him with his truck. Slowing.
Oh, fuck. That's a hardcore move. That's a split decision move. Quick. Split second move, I should say. So the deacon's running late, and he's like, fuck. What if the deacon was like driving up on the lawn anyway because he was late, and he's like, God damn it, I got to shave some time off. And he just drives up on the lawn, then accidentally ran over the guy. He's like, oh shit, I think I just killed a dude. And they all come out, and they're like, oh man, that was a shooter. You're a hero. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's what I meant. I meant to run him over.
Him down so that the church safety team could join the fight.
He fired some more into our building. By the grace of God, he missed me. He hit another person in the calf. And after that, I engaged him and took care of the.
Then that's the end of the clip. Took care of the threat. I hate that Twitter cuts videos off so quick. But you can tell, though, you know, I do feel bad, though, because you can tell that just taking a life, like even if it's righteous, even if it's, you know, even if the guy was threatening people, like you can tell just by that guy's eyes and the way he's talking that it fucks with you so bad. Like you don't, that's why I kind of get annoyed when people are like, yeah, these cops, they just go around shooting black people. Like when I worked in Litchfield, I was friends with a guy who had to retire from the police department because he shot a guy. Like it fucked with his head. He had mental problems and the whole deal from it. Like it really got to him. And like he couldn't be a cop anymore because he shot somebody. And that is like, that's such a universal story for police officers who have to use their firearm in the line of duty. Like it's not something you can ever prepare yourself for. And so whenever people are like, yeah, these guys, rednecks carrying guns, I bet you they just want to shoot people. I bet you they don't. I bet you they're happy that they have the responsibility of taking care of their family and their community if trouble arises. But I think the last one they want, or the last thing they want, is to have to take somebody's life. You know, what's the saying? If you want peace, prepare for war. And that's kind of the attitude that a guy like that has. But just watching him talk, you can tell that fucks with him big time. No, Scott Jonesy says, I'm missing Johnny already. Johnny was not the shooter. Johnny was not the guy who was shooting at the church. And he's not dead. Rocco says, I'm your huckleberry. Yeah, you got volunteers. Lil Connor Peterson says, I wonder if Rumble Friday is going to be a third Johnny tribute show. We didn't have a first or second Johnny tribute show because Johnny isn't fucking dead. Johnny is alive and well. Doggo Doesn't Die says a man lost his life. Oh, sorry. A man lost his life and I took it. You don't ever want to know what that feels like, boy. Not ever. What is that? That's Tombstone, but who's he talking about? He's talking to Morgan, right? He's talking to Morgan Earp. A man lost. Yeah, because it's when he's like, oh, God, no. And he shows that they're both not marshals, but town police. It's like, sorry, Wyatt. You got to back your brother's play. And they're asking him, like, why are you being such a fucking bitch about this? Because Wyatt just wanted to, like, fleece the town for money with his gambling enterprise that he had. And they're like, why are you being such a fucking pussy about this? And finally he goes, I killed a man. A man lost his life and I took it. Does fucks with people. Mindall says, that is the last thing I ever want to do. I have carried a knife since I was 26 and never stabbed anyone. I have a question. Does anyone know any women who have done the keys between the fingers thing and like punched, like actually successfully had somebody attack them and they punched them in the eye with the keys between the fingers? Because I feel like that would be ridiculously badass. $1 from Carlos Cameo says Grimholt Reaper has a tendency to speak people out of existence, so we'll see if Johnny's still alive on Monday. He'll be fine. Although Occam's Machete raises a good point with $2. He says even saying Johnny's alive and kicking is incorrect. All right, fine. He's alive. He's alive and I was going to say alive and well. That's not. He's alive, okay? He's alive. MSO says R.I.P. Johnny and Crunchy. Crunchy's not dead either. Crunchy's fine. King Kong Dong says, wait, Johnny died? Sending prayers to all those of it. No, he's not dead. He's fine. Zen Man Build says, damn, you should have started the show with the news that Johnny was dead. R.I.P. Johnny. Scott Jonesy says, I know a woman who did the key thing. She took an eye out. She's now dead, like Johnny. Johnny's not. I hope that woman isn't dead, and I know Johnny isn't dead. Bigot on Socialist Media says, keys between the fingers and punch them in the ribs. I just want to know if anyone's done like the walking out to your car, keys in the fingers and hitting somebody. Hooters Girl says, I hold my keys like that. Never had to use that method yet, thankfully. My wife gets a new purse knife every year. Want to make sure it's sharp, says Chevy JB. Yeah, knife probably more effective than the keys. That's for sure. Doggo Doesn't Die says, all my victims try the key thing. It never works. Of course that's in my audience. Of course. Zen Man Build says, I don't know any woman who used the keys, but Bruce Wayne used the key fist thing to punch out of a buried coffin. Nice. Under the Red Hood? Right? No. Doom. Justice League Doom, right? That was Justice League Doom. I've seen that one. No, Johnny is, someone wrote Johnny is living. Johnny is alive and crutching. Hulkamasha Baby says, is the life he leads really living? Could we not? It's been such a nice show today. You guys have been fucking almost tear-jerkingly fantastic. I think we're like $15 away from a $1,200 day. I appreciate it. Give me tips with $1 says, when is Johnny's wake? I would like to send a gift basket of exotic meats. Balls Deep with 99 cents. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Atomic Ray says, instead of sending flowers, you can send the family cash. R.I.P. Johnny's landlord. Let's post that one up here. Let's pin that message to the top of the page. There's the link for Johnny's death. Das Optic Nerve says, I dated a Puerto Rican woman. She was not fucking around. She packed a switchblade. No joke. I hung out twice and slept with a Colombian chick. And you could already tell, like, in the first 2 hangouts, you're still trying to be as normal as you can be. You're not letting a lot of your crazy out. But she was already bursting at the seams with it. It was, this was a long time. This was before I met my first wife. But they don't even know when the crazy's leaking out. Chips and Diff says, we're always assholes. You were just on your menses this morning. Thank you. Lil Connor Peterson says, I wish my mother tried the key thing. Instead, she got a bit lippy, so she had to get trippy. Maybe I want to know, maybe I don't want to know. Where the fuck does it come from? Where does it come from is all I'm asking. All right, we got about a half hour left in today's show. Thank you very much for your undying support for our fine little program here. We have one more interview with the guy who shot the guy at the church. I like this dude. Let's get his retelling of it.
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
I'm doing okay. I'm sure it's going to take some time to hit me.
Yeah, I think it's already hitting him. I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. Like it devolves each time they ask him. It's like, I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. I'm mildly decent. I'm not going to lie. I'm having a little bit of trouble. I'm slowly coming apart at the seams. I'm having a total nervous breakdown. I need to be hospitalized. Like, again, you killed somebody. It's going to take a minute and it's going to fuck with you. Or it's going to turn you cold. Like you're never going to fully come back from it.
And settle in. But I'm doing okay. Yeah. I got some sleep last night. And I'm doing all right.
Fuck, dude.
Still processing.
That sucks.
Sure. Walk me through, man. Your vantage point.
Hey, man, I know you're barely getting any sleep. I know you're not doing very well. And I know this thing is, you're just starting to kind of feel it, and it's really fucking with you. Do me a favor. Walk me through every painstaking detail, and do not spare a leaf on the ground. I'd really like to know how this went down, step for step, while you're still in the process of processing all of the grief and trauma you witnessed.
When this all went down and the process to, closing that OODA loop, and you realize, oh, this is what is in fact happening.
Standing in the hallway between our sanctuary and cry room, heard a noise. Thought it was mechanical at first, turned to see people running. Asked them through a door what had happened. I thought it was in the cry room. And a young woman said, AR-15. And I said, where? She pointed, and I headed in that direction.
Just the fuck, I think it's underestimated just the fucking balls it takes to walk in the direction that the bullets are coming from. Like, we'll get to the part where he has to dispatch of the guy, but just like asking people what's going on, and they point to where the gunfire is coming from, and you walk toward it. That's a fucking hero right there.
Out into the lobby. Got into the lobby, realized there was a commotion outside the front lobby doors. Got close, started evaluating the situation, trying to make sense of a person on the ground, a pickup truck there, looked like it had some damage, had heard several.
That was the deacon running the shooter over, hitting him with the car. Fucking tough as mud shooter too, though. Like he got fucking clipped by a car and he got up and kept firing. I mean, that fucking sucks, but holy shit.
Burst of, sounded like automatic rifle fire.
Well, you'd better ban whatever that was. I mean, we can't have that being a thing.
Stepped out the door, evaluated the situation somewhat, realized who the pickup belonged to, that it was somebody from our church, and then realized that the threat was still a threat. Retreated. He fired some more into our building. By the grace of God, he missed me. he hit another person in the calf, and after
this is the part we saw.
Engaged him and took care of the threat to the church. So, and then stood back, cleared the scene, or cleared him from any weapons that he could not proceed to hurt anybody else, as he was still moving some.
Jesus. I mean, and now he's saying, like, I finally got some sleep last night. I was finally able to get to bed. Like, that's, oh man, somebody pointing out cops in Uvalde wouldn't do. Yeah, remember that? Remember you had like the Uvalde cops, there's a school shooting going on, and that, no. Was that, yeah, the Uvalde cops were waiting outside the room, but also there was Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, where the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, there was like one deputy and he wouldn't go in. And he retired like a few months after that. Yeah, Doggo Doesn't Die says, run me through your nightmares really quick, please. Yeah, they're just going to the guy and they're like, hey, you know the most terrifying thing you've ever done, and you know the thing that's still giving you nightmares? You mind walking me through that step for step? Boomer Bob Show says, I hope to buy Johnny's futon at the estate sale. There's no estate sale. Johnny is fine. Michael with $2 says, look up Tiger Lady self-defense claw. Okay. Zen Man with $1 says, did he just say the cry room? This happened in Aaron's bedroom. No, the cry room is like the grief room in a church. I think the church has like a grief room that that people go to, and they, like, you know, if they're mourning someone, if they want to talk about a death, it's like a trauma room. What's the cry room? Cry room works. JD Straight Shot becoming a member for 2 months says, toe bros stick together. Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much for contributing to our program. LA County politician under federal investigation for calling on street gangs to protect the city from ICE. What? I understand you don't like ICE. You don't like the job they have to do. You don't like them. You don't like them enforcing immigration laws. You don't like them, what's the word? Deporting people. There's levels to this. I don't like ICE, and I don't like that they're deporting illegals. And then there's, hey, MS-13 guys, do you mind defending people from this ICE thing? Like, you know how street gangs defend people from stuff. You know how street gangs protect people. Good God, lady. So now she's under federal investigation for this that she posted on social media.
Not for nothing, but I want to know where all the cholos are at in Los Angeles.
So does ICE. You and ICE have that in common.
18th Street, Florencia. Where's the leadership at? Because you guys are all about territory, and this is 18th Street, and this is Florencia. You guys tag everything up, claiming hood. And now that your hood's being invaded by the biggest gang there is, there ain't a peep out of you. It's everyone else who's not about the gang life that's out there protesting and speaking up. We're out there like fighting our turf, protecting our people.
What are you? Hey, gangsters. Hey, extortionists. Hey, murderers. Hey, assaulters. Why aren't you helping our people? Like, how is this supposed to be interpreted other than fight with federal agents in the streets? Oh my God.
And like, where you at? Bien calladitos, todos los chulitos. I'm like, dude, they're running amok all up in your on your streets and in your city. And Pete, when the big gang guns come in, nothing but like quiet, and we're out here, the regular ones that have never been jumped in, out here calling things out, trying to organize people, trying to do the thing.
ones who have never been jumped in, we're out here organizing and on the streets. Where are you, street criminals? Oh my God. Again, if you are calling on the Cholo street gangs to help you in this instance, you're fucking up. You might not be on the right side. And again, all we're doing immigration-wise is we're not even kicking out all the illegals. We're literally kicking out illegals who also commit crimes past being illegal. Holy shit.
So don't be trying to claim no block, no nothing. If you're not showing up right now, trying to like help out and organize, I don't want to hear a peep out of you once they're gone, trying to claim that this is my block. This was not your block. You weren't even here helping out. So whoever's the leadership over there, just fucking get your members in order.
Oh my goodness. Like, I don't think like any charges or anything should come of this. I don't think the FBI should like go round this woman up. She's what is she, a city council member? A county, okay, she's a county politician. She's the vice mayor of Cudahy, California, or however I pronounce that. I don't think there should be federal charges, but it's so fucking stupid. Like, I would hope at least the public would, remove her from office. Oh my God. Yeah, 09 Canyon said, whoa, where are the gangs? Where are the cholos? 09 Canyon says, because they likely have active warrants. Don't go fuck with cops when you're wanted by cops. Twisted question mark says, her man giggling in the background is going to get popped. I'm not really, I don't know why you would call on the street gangs to help you out with immigration. Like, I'm sure some of those, the people in those street gangs, I'm sure some of those people are probably nervous about ICE also. They're like, hey, lady, leave us the fuck out of this. You know the shit we do on a regular basis? We don't fucking need ICE checking into us. But it's like all this immigration stuff that would have been absolutely normal during, like, say, the Obama years, like less than 20 years ago. Stuff that would have been totally normal, totally fine. Nobody deported more people than Barack Obama. Good on him. But like again, it all changed so fast, and maybe it's because of the personality that Donald Trump is, but it's stuff that would have been like almost universally agreed upon 15 years ago is now, let's see if we can get gangbangers to help us. Oh my God. Twisted question mark says she absolutely should be charged. I don't know. I don't think you should. I don't want to live in a country where people are getting charged because they wondered something out loud. I don't, and she's not telling them to do anything violent. She's saying, where are the street gangs? Why aren't you protecting our turf? Why aren't you defending our people? That's a little too weak. If you can just throw people in a cage for that, that worries me. I think the punishment should be the community has a little bit of common sense and they vote her out of office. 15 Diane says if that's the best representation they have in their town, that's sad. Yeah. That's again, just kind of check yourself. If you're repping the street gangs and that's the thing that you think is going to solve this ICE problem, maybe you're on the wrong side of the issue. Just maybe. I like this lady. This lady made a 1-minute video addressing Pete. Pete Hegseth has said before that he doesn't think most women shouldn't be in the military, right? He said, most women shouldn't qualify for the military. It should be a man thing, active combat, things like that. So this woman made a list of reasons she should be exempt from the draft, from the military draft. And I don't know, man. Tell her when she's telling lies. Find an inaccuracy in here.
There's a few reasons why I shouldn't be drafted. Number one, I like to gossip. I'll willingly go to the other side and gossip about you, including your personal secrets, just to get them to like me. I've never known how to be quiet about anything a day in my life. So your secrets, they're not safe with me. Number two, I've always wanted to have an enemies to lovers romance. So being drafted would kind of feel like my opportunity. Number three, if you yell at me, I'll cry.
And you don't have time to train that out of someone. You just would rather they weren't part of the fighting force. All right, she can stay home. When World War III starts, we won't draft her.
Especially if you're a male authority figure, I will crumble. Number four, I actually can't wear camo because I'm a cool summer. And also, if I look back at my costume, I'm not gonna go. Number five, I'm a picky eater. If the option is to eat MREs or nothing, I will choose nothing, and then I won't shut up about how I'm being skinny. And then as a bonus, I was in ROTC already, and I quit after 3 weeks.
I mean, sold. She can, right? I mean, that just sounds like more trouble than it's worth. That's just going to cost the taxpayers extra money. She's just, what? She's just being honest. She doesn't want to get drafted, and she really doesn't think that it's really not advantageous to either party. Really. Sam Show says, vocal fry. She is unironically all of those things. As someone who's losing his voice right now, I will say this, I'm not gonna give anyone shit for having a little vocal fry. I'm suffering as well. Brian says that girl would break in 5 minutes. Yeah, but shit, that's what she's saying. She's saying she would break in 5 minutes. Crowder Wears Panties says would though. Well, yeah, of course. She's not unattractive. She's not bad looking. So. Oh boy. Dating app Bumble is laying off 30% of its workforce. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm going to try to make it till 10:30, but I got the kids today and my voice is just, it's starting to fall off a cliff a little bit. I'm going to try and get through a couple more stories. We might call her at about 10:20 today. I'm really sorry. I want to be able to do a show tomorrow, and I don't know if shouting for another 15 minutes is going to make it. Uh-oh. U.S. economy shrank much faster in the first quarter than previously reported. Uh-oh. That ain't good. Oil is tumbling and stocks are rising. Hey, that's good news. Stocks rise and S&P nears record high. You know, I love this little meter that CNN has. So if the market's doing really well, CNN's little meter up here says, what's driving the market? Greed. Greed is driving the market, so it's good. Like, I don't know if they had this when Biden was in there, but if they only put this in once Trump got in there, that's kind of a shitty thing. Excuse me. I've seen it when this is in the red. And what it is it's fear. So if the market's going well, it's that evil, terrible greed. But if the market's going poorly, it's, oh my God, it's fear and we should be worried. Like there's no, like if you need any more proof that CNN is rooting against America, like even when it's going well, it sucks. Everyone's greedy. And when it's going poorly, there's all kinds of shit to be afraid of. Even when your fucking browser tabs are a psyop. Dating app Bumble is laying off 30% of its workforce. People just hook up now. Like, you know, as far as like dating apps and all that kind of stuff, people just kind of fuck. I mean, how many dating apps can you have? Shouldn't we all just we all agree to like 3 or 4? And then that's all the dating apps you need? Like even Facebook is getting into the dating game now. Twitter, I'm sure, will get into it at some point. I can't imagine Farmers Only is long for this world. Grindr's probably crushing it, in fairness. Grindr's probably doing okay. But I bet you when a lot of these dating apps started, it was right around Tinder getting super popular. So Bumble probably got a shitload of investor capital. And they got the nice office and they hired a big staff. And now those investors are starting to say, hey, we going to see any money out of this deal at any point or what? And this is where they got to start laying people off and trimming some of the fat. I just don't see how many dating apps we could have, really. So Bumble, the beleaguered dating app whose stock has lost 90% of its value since going public in 2021. You know what that is? Pandemic. All those dating apps did really well during the pandemic, and it kind of fell off afterwards when people could start going out meeting people again. The company announced in a regulatory filing Wednesday that the layoffs amount to 240 positions and will save Bumble $40 million annually. The workforce reduction realigns its operating structure to optimize execution on its strategic priorities, with the company reinvesting a substantial majority of the money saved into new products and tools. I mean, well, and paying off the people who, well, no, I guess if you sold off, if you went public, you're free and clear of the investor money. So the stock price is just in the shitter. Well, let's take a look. Bumble stock price. Where are they at? Let's go 5 years. Oh, shit. They were at in February 12th. Okay, that's IPO. Let's go April 30th, $60. So 2.5 months after they went public, they were at $60 a share. Today they're at $663 today. Grindr is at $22. Grindr's killing it. How's Tinder doing? How's the old lady? How's the old one doing? Oh, it's owned by Match Group. So I don't believe. Oh, Match Group, the company is worth $30.86. So Tinder is not its own thing. But yeah, Grindr's at $22.26. So Bumble did not succeed, but Grindr is still going. I don't know. How do you turn it around if you're a dating app? I don't really know how that works. Aaron goes to Christian Mingle. Yeah, I try to find the nice, sweet girls on Christian Mingle. You know, we talk about scripture and stuff. Brian says, do you think in the future they will have brothels, but like the thing in Total Recall where they implant fake memories and experiences? Or they could end up having like the Demolition Man thing, where you put the helmet thing on and it just, you pretend to have sex. Could end up going with that. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. My voice is failing me. Thank you so much for your generosity. I got to go pick up the kids anyway. We've also got Rumble Link Friday tomorrow. That's going to be great. 6 a.m., bright and early. Hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your support. It means so much to me. I cannot thank you enough for all the kind messages and everything else I got yesterday. Thank you guys for being so amazing, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow.